What have you conjured up this time?
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, will the values be fixed? Probably not, so we're going to have a very tetchy summer as we try to navigate these troubled waters of financial instability. In other news, I've decided to change the tactic. I promise this time it's for real. I promise it's going to be a good tactic. We're going to do just fine. Everything's going to be brilliant. We're going to win the Champions League. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of fucking Malta and Stirrups. And it's coming up. That too. Well, it's coming up somewhere. Hello, friends. 2.5 hours. Well, it's going to be longer than that just because we're unlikely to play any games today, are we? It's going to get at least 2 streams. Just add treks? No. I think it's good. I think it's very good. But we will have to see. Hello, Crab. How's it going, people? 2.5. What, we see a bad friendly, and I'm just like, yeah, it was just a calm Stirrups. Like, I've learned to ride the horse that is this stream, you know? Don't know why I'm gyrating there. This is not that type of stream. Let me get my pools and hot tubs content going. Hello. How's it going? Change static again. Well, actually, I hadn't even thought about this at the time, right? Let me just turn this down. That actually, this kind of suits some of the new signings a little bit more. Dad's appointment. Oh, absolutely fine. Yeah, no issues. Basically, the issue is because at the moment he's got to submit a load of documents to the DVLA to be able to drive again, to notify them of the situation. But he was having some real issues actually getting them to give him the correct form. You know, bureaucracy and whatnot. So eventually he's now hopefully sorting that, so it shouldn't be much of an issue anymore, because he's not actually got his proper appointment with the neurosurgeon until September. So, yeah, we'll have to see about that, but it's going to be a while yet. The motion of the ocean, indeed. The motion of this very comfortable... Actually, it's not a very comfortable chair. Word of advice, don't buy gamer chairs. Just buy functional chairs. If I could get one of those... Herman Miller ones, like third hand or something, cheap. I'd much rather that than this chair. These are not comfortable chairs. I'd love a standing desk actually if there was room. But think about it like this. Were I to move around as much as I do in this chair while standing up, let's face it would be more. There is a possibility that I might go through the floorboard. Yeah, 10th hand would probably be doing just fine. But yeah, I suppose we're going to have no choice but to talk about the game last night. We 1-2-1, moving on. Standing desk with a stand. Yeah, it'd be a bit weird if I had a standing desk and I was still sitting down, so you could just see like the desk and it's just my chin like this. Hello, lads. New tactic, I know. 4-2-3-1 Gagapro. Oh, don't be silly. It's actually weirdly similar to what we're already playing, in the sense that I haven't even changed any of the team or player instructions on it whatsoever, which was part of my intention. I was just like, I'll have a little move around with some stuff here and just try some stuff out. I was doing a bit of reading again, trying to make it more stable. I actually had a little look on Rate My Tactics. Do you remember that website? Not because I thought it was going to help much, but I just wanted to see how our current tactic lined up, and I noticed that it pointed out a few things that were a little bit wrong with it, and I thought, fuck it, I'm going to try and fix those issues. And I don't know if this is actually going to do that or not, but I do like it, and it scores a fuckload of goals. Recreate your... Oh, mate. The limbs were everywhere. Spine is not... Yeah, no, I would like to get one if there was room. I would totally do that. New tactic. Do you know, Crab Heat? When you see it, you're going to be like... Legitimately, that is almost exactly what I have done. Like, there is actually only one player that is playing in a different role from the original tactic. But I think it does genuinely make us a lot better, but we'll have to see. Because no forward do the same. It's funny you say that, Hadrian, because would you believe it? That's exactly what I've gone and done. But it also allows us to free up Pereira for magic, basically. Yeah, but as for the game last night, we played really well for like 30 minutes. The moment that game changed for me in terms of the pattern of play was the moment that Memphis Depay went off injured. Because one, they had a chance to change some tactics around a little bit, and two, obviously they had to unlock Perez. Nothing in the world could unlock Perez. That man is literally an account you've lost the password for and have no way of resetting, unfortunately. Don't want to hear about the game? Well, we got to talk about the game. I'd be remiss if I didn't. Yeah, I think once that happened, because in that first sort of half an hour, 35 minutes, that extra man we had in the midfield, every time we got the ball, it was just passing to one of the midfielders, and then it was just complete run at the Dutch defence over and over again. And I was actually surprised they didn't fix that sooner, but I guess they once they reacted to the midfield dominance, literally the moment that change was made and Veerman came on, obviously that was in force, but they had a chance to change things around at the exact same time. It was great up until that. But then the moment that happened, it just kind of got dead, and I was like, oh, this is looking a lot like... And then when we came out in the second half with the back four, I went, oh, no. We're going to do England things here. And to be fair, like, hey, you don't have to listen. I'm just trying to provide a nuanced take on the game. But hey, it is what it is, right? I guess there's not always room for that. Veerman not sucks. Didn't Veerman get, like, taken off as well earlier in the tournament, quite early into a game, when he was playing especially poorly as well? But I suppose second chances and all that, right? I thought, obviously Foden and Bellingham were brilliant in the first half, particularly that period, but I actually thought that Kobbie Mainoo was sensational. There's something about how calm he looks in that midfield, and he felt that there was some super confidence going through him. He just really was great in that game too. I think that whole three of those in the midfield. And then in the second half, when Jude essentially... It felt like Jude was playing off the left-hand side, and he basically became completely anonymous at that point, because that's just not a position I would see him being anywhere good in, really. None of it's deserved. Fair enough. It is what it is, right? I think we were the better side in the game. But it's actually a very close game. That was the best we played in the whole tournament. I don't think it was a penalty, personally. So it's just... Okay, fair enough, but, you know, whatever, right? Like, the amount of times we've sat here and been like, oh, that should have been a penalty for England. It wasn't. Sometimes that happened. That's football. You need a bit of luck to win a tournament, basically. Unless you're Spain that one time when they literally just battered everybody, which could be this tournament too. Let's be honest. Ollie Watkins, though, what a goal. Oh, yeah, I think that we'll have to play a lot better than that to beat Spain, and I don't think we will, because Spain are very good. But I was really pleased for Ollie Watkins. Like, but also, I think people sort of seeing the way that the game finished and saying, hey, you need to start with those guys, right? It's like, but I feel like the reason it worked partly is because we didn't, and perhaps they were because of the impact they had against slightly tired legs, right? I must admit, they did have some chances. They had that free kick, which was well saved by Pickford in the second half, which was about the only chance I can remember in the second half for either team.
Found out I'd been let into second year and then England won.
Love to see it.
Decent day.
Thank you very much for the 29 months you shipped so far. Plays like a striker, not a DM. I know, but I also feel like I don't know. The fact is, we won. Right. I was surprised that they gave it as a penalty. It was one of those ones where I was like surprised, because it didn't seem like even the England players were campaigning for it. I think Kane was just literally hurt, because, you know, that would have hurt. And maybe he was asking like as a token kind of way, but I didn't expect it to actually get given, personally. They did have some moments in the second half, especially. Yeah, that was a great tackle from Walker. Initially, I thought that Gakpo had actually tipped that over Walker's legs, and I was like, oh no, this is going to be a red card. But it turns out that was actually just a brilliant tackle. And, I mean, I can understand the logic that people are using to say that it was a penalty, because at the end of the day, if you do that on a defender as they're clearing the ball and you catch them, it is given as a foul. But what I would say is the precedent usually is that those are not generally given as penalties when the shot is made and it's taken cleanly, if you like, where there's no impact on the actual shot itself. But that just seems to be the precedent for it. It's one of those ones where I can understand the logic for it, but also I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want them inherently not trying to block balls, you know? Yeah, exactly. If he just gets his foot ahead of that, probably is going to give him... Yeah. If he hadn't got his shot off, obviously, it would have been a penalty. But if he like tries to drag that down or something and then he goes through, then obviously it's a penalty. But it's the fact that he gets a clean shot away before that even happens. I'm like, ugh, I don't know. I wouldn't have wanted it given against England, let's put it that way. Oh, yeah, I mean, like I said, what goes around comes around, obviously. The Dutch will get some crazy lucky decision in another one, you know? It is what it is. For the follow-through. True, but then you could make the same argument about any defensive clearance where a striker tries to block it and the defender's foot swings through onto the striker and it's given as a foul, because it always is. Like, 9 times out of 10 given as a foul. So what I'm saying is it's the exact same action, essentially, except it's a clearance instead of a shot. But I still don't think it should have been a penalty. Because I just... Yeah. And then that's true as well. The game still continued long after that. And I actually thought the changes that the Dutch made... I don't think it made them that much better, but it certainly made us a lot worse. From that point onwards, we were really very not sketchy at all. Yeah, I was surprised that he was even in charge of that game, in fairness. Yeah, it's one of those dads where it's kind of like, you know, kicked Jeffries in the shin, kicking his studs. I think you might be right, but I don't know enough about that kind of stuff, because I mean the refereeing correspondent, Christina Onkel, seemed to like very surprised it was given. But at the end of the day, it's happened now. They had 60 minutes to score another goal, and to be fair, they had that one chance with the one that Pickford said, and they hit the bar as well from that corner in the first half too. But neither team really created that much outside of that stuff, really. As much as we had that bluster in those chances, the big chance for us in that first half was that Foden one where they cleared it off the line, which was unbelievable defending, by the way. I think if that doesn't hit Verbruggen's leg on the way through, that's in, because it takes all the speed off of it. Exactly. I mean, how far do you want to go back, right? Still don't have a value drop. That's really weird, Don. When did you start the save? Because I wonder if some of the patches might have fixed it in new saves, potentially. It might just been something to do with the initial game. Potentially, yeah. Regardless of what was given. Well, to be fair, they were arguing about it in the studio on BBC. I think Ian Wright was the only one that thought it was a penalty. But hey, the striker thought it was a penalty. Imagine, you know, Gary Neville was offended, which I just really love the use of that term there. Alice, thank you very much for the raid. How's things going with Odessa? Is it Odessa? A month or two ago. Yeah, so I think he might have. I'm wondering if newer saves don't have the same problem potentially. Because it's weird. I would have thought by now you would have got it. Because the latest we saw it in any of the tests that people did for us was when we got it in 2032. And the fact that you're in 2034 on a Malta save, because I know you're doing pirate noises, aren't you? And the fact that you've not seen it yet suggests perhaps it actually doesn't affect the newer saves. Now, why that is, we don't know. But it could have been something to do with the way that the game was set up at the time. Like the same way I had those weird treaty stuff, basically. Do you remember when all of a sudden no one would sign for treaty for some reason? Yeah, I think he just got maybe said more than he wanted to, then backed himself to a bit of a corner and had to get a little bit defensive about it potentially. That's sort of, I can see how you could get flustered in that situation on live TV at the end of the day. Like, I wouldn't want to do it. They've done it accidentally. Yeah, I mean, it feels like most of the... Hadrian, do you remember the last time they fixed something accidentally and it broke the entire save and we had to restart it subtly in the background? Shit Stadiums in FM. Oh, go on. Let me know your favourite shit stadium in FM. I've got to know. I'm well aware. Yeah, the amount I had sleepless nights over that, and I wasn't even the one in charge of fixing it. I was so concerned because the response to the start of the save had been so good, and I was worried that everyone was going to hate me if we had to restart like that. New house? No way, James. That's awesome, man. Congrats. This year or last year? That was this year. So basically, right at the start of the save, after season 1, there was a fix put out that basically meant that all of a sudden the game had started televising all of the matches. And it meant that the television revenue was basically doubled, and it was way too much in the early seasons to the point where you'd have like 7 million in the bank after a year. So that's when I had to restart the save in the background, get us back to the same point with identical situation. And it also allowed us to make the save harder by reducing the financial even beyond what it was before. And I was so much more comfortable with it at that point. About to explode. What save are you doing, JM? Because that will heavily depend. 10 months ago. Fuck, it kind of was, wasn't it? Yes, because their fix essentially fixed it in the way that it should have been, but then our fix was relying on the brokenness in the first place to make it work, which is never rely on broken FM chat, is what I will say. Amateur Ground in Lyon apparently had 1,200 fans, didn't see a single one. They're all hiding. Custom database Yorkshire. It depends. Because it depends on what your player values are like, basically. And how your reputation and stuff has been built with Yorkshire. Essentially, it seems to... And we know that it does affect... weirdly, it seems to affect Greece especially as well. And that is a vanilla database as well. Like, vanilla Greece is in the game. But I've seen a lot of people complain about having this problem in Greece. So, yeah. Make of that what you will. And that's the biggest example I have. Because I've had a lot of people that still say it's because of the custom database. I'm just like, it fucking isn't, bro. Like, not if people in Greece are getting it too. Like, but there you go. Manny, look at the stats. So, yeah, that was insane. But thank you for doing that. That's I will fight them. I think what it comes down to is just a misunderstanding of the way the database and stuff like that works, and just sort of immediate knee-jerk reaction is generally speaking, and they're usually right as well. Usually speaking, the issue is the user or something the user has done in most scenarios. But we've played FM long enough to know that often that isn't as often in FM, pretty much. So, new tactic. I told you I've made one change, pretty much. We go in asymmetry, chat. You know I love a bit of asymmetry. So, here's my thoughts. Basically, I think sometimes we're carrying certain players in certain positions. So there's a few changes here. Most of them are pretty much the same. Pretty much. So obviously Reynoso stays as the advanced forward. He's just moved more centrally. Padilla now moves asymmetrically off to the left-hand side here to provide a little bit more space for him to work in, so he's not just running into the... When they had the two strikers... in fact, has he got stay wider on? No, he doesn't have anymore, of course. In fact, I might get rid of the... Actually, we'll leave that on for the time being. So, obviously, with the strikers were splitting before, so it didn't matter that he wasn't offset. So now he's just offset. No, he's just offset at the moment, with hold-up ball still on there. One more change, but I promise it will work this time, I know. But this is the one, I promise. Yeah, there's also a CD. I'll explain that in a second as well. And the other thing was, I just felt like part of the thing is the reason we sometimes lost the ball in certain positions was we didn't have that stability. And I think having an inside forward here on support means he'll just sort of float in this area, but we'll also get on the end of back post crosses. Because of all the dribbling, they'll drive into these spaces. It's good stuff. But it also allows the space for the overlapping Sauerschnick, so that's not an issue there. The reason I did CD centre is because, as you know from watching us over the last few seasons, with our 3 ball-playing defenders, I always find that one of them performs really poorly, and I think it's a case of too many cooks, where there's too many people there that are trying to make plays, and it's nice to just have someone that is just going to be that guy that's just there, and he wins the ball and offsets the ball to someone else. He's just a guy that's going to win the tackle, and having him in the middle made the most sense to do that. The only other change there, obviously the inside forward, is the Volante's now on support. Because what I found is in possession, because basically what I did is I went back to, I had the mid-season versions of the saves that I use for the recap videos. I just went back to that, started messing around with this in it, and holy shit, the results. I did see the killers clip. Yeah, it was really cool. Particularly as they're from Utah, aren't they? More game time. I actually played Vandenhout for the rest of the season. For the off-stream games, and he actually played really well, which is why he's in the lineup now, as you can see. But yes, he does need more game time this season. Although, you're going to like this. Oh, wait, did I miss something? Best of 13 months because I passed every module second year at uni. Fuck yes, Jerry! Get in! That's amazing. You've done more than I did because I failed my second year at university and was kicked out. In spurious circumstances, but we won't talk about that. From Vegas. Are they? Why did I think they were from Utah? I had no idea why I thought they were from Utah. Is it because they're Mormon? Are they Mormon, or am I thinking of a different band that was Mormon? Maybe that's why I thought they were from Salt Lake. Either way, congratulations, Jerry. That's amazing. So basically, the way that this seems to look in attack is that on attacking plays, was Vegas, but Utah with electricity. Soaking there, soaking. He cuts inside, sits around this sort of spot, but he doesn't get in the way of Valmir because they also, basically, you almost end up in certain attacking plays with a lovely sort of front four that all sort of slot into their places. But the great thing about Valmir in this system is he doesn't get as far forward, and it means that he's always available for the cutbacks on the edge of the box here. So he takes a touch, scores. I played 6 games with this tactic just to test it out on the older version of the save. We scored, over the 6 games, I think it was... Was it 6 games or 5 games? No, it was 6 games because I played another one after I talked about it in the Discord. 35 goals in 6 games. So it was 9-0, 6-0, 5-0, 5-0, 6-0, 4-0. And Valmir from DM got 7 goals and 4 assists in 6 games. Reynoso scored 9 times. No, actually, I think he got a couple more. It was at least 9 goals that he got in that period. It really seems to open up the... lead singer's moment. That makes sense, actually, yeah. I once played as a support act for a Killers cover band called The Fillers. Messed up youth player sign. So basically Hadrian did some tests for me, and basically, I mean, we would have found out today anyway, but basically it doesn't work. So we think that for some reason, because we had to copy the English deadline day stuff over, we believe that you basically can't do the part exchange transfers after March. It doesn't crash or anything, but I had to cancel it because basically, had we gone along, it just wouldn't have happened. It would have just sat there in limbo and nothing would have happened with it, basically. So we had to cancel it. Other than Pereira. Well, so Bizarma can play there. Originally, I actually started this on the left-hand side, but then I realised that we weren't anywhere near as stacked on the left-hand side, so Bizarma can play here too, because he's got a left foot. With Spurs, fair play. Well done, Max. After March, yeah, I believe that's when that's that random sort of other window thing in England or something. That's just our theory on it, essentially. It just sits there in perpetuity, so I just cancelled it, basically. Also, remember, we've got that Mexican the Mexican guy that we were going to play as an AP coming in. He can also do a job on that that right-hand side too. And the main reason I decided to play it on the right-hand side, because it doesn't actually matter which side we flipped this to. The reason I chose this side is because I felt like it would unlock Pereira a little bit. And that was my theory with it. And I think he's looked pretty solid in it too. I feel like it's perfect. It's basically yes, which was something I hadn't even thought about when I started going for it, really. But Pereira, with his double-footedness, is just superb for that role. Yeah, we'll just do part exchange deals in the windows like we would normally do. Yes, Reynoso is now going to be him. pretty much. Squad depth at right wing. Well, that's what we were just discussing. So we've got Pereira, we'll have Pinedo, and we've got Bizarma as well. And obviously, because we don't have much squad depth at right wing, because we've not really been focusing on that, it does now allow us, for the love of God, finally, when we do find good wingers, we can actually potentially sign them, like, properly. We've finally decided to, think that we could actually get some world-class wingers in now. We have still signed some guys that can play there. Rotation Paul. It could be. It could be. Because Paul, he's got 3 places to play now. Paul's everywhere. Where is Paul these days? Complete forward? That is not complete forward. No, it's an advanced forward. I'm not going to change the tactic before we've even used it properly. Like, as always with these things, this is me showing you what we're going to be doing, not saying, hey, let's change it all again, you know? But on your screen. Oh, is he still there? Oh, he is. Bless him. I mean, he is... The thing is, he's still not even that bad. Can't rob Peter to pay Paul. Absolutely not. Although we are paying Paul £3,700 a week, so somewhere along the line, Peter is getting robbed, right? Zhong Dong Suk, if he does finally come back, will slot into this team lovely. Think of all the cool wingers that we've brought in and then loaned out. Now they might get a chance if they do come back. Shall we sold Creamy? Yeah, it is, but aren't you glad we did when we did, though? Remember, we got like 25 million for Creamy. Imagine what he'd be worth now. Paul is everywhere. He's 28 years old, bless him. Current wingers out on loan. I actually don't know. Because I actually saw... Zhong Dong Suk is probably the highest profile of the wingers out on loan. I still owe Paul... No! Don't owe Paul money. He's too aggressive. You've got to be careful there. Winger. No, not a winger. Inside forward. Perez to a winger. I'm not sure we could even convert him into a footballer. I mean, technically, he can play there. And he's left-footed, so he's another player that can operate in that role. That's one of the things I like about a lot of the strikers we have, is that they're very comfortable playing on the wide positions anyway, so it actually means we don't have to go and hunt immediately for talent. Yeah, I think that's the next thing, is to actually train Pereira to play there properly. I mean, he probably would get it if we were just, like, playing him there, which is where he would play, potentially. Upgrade soon to challenge Europe. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a case of signing good players, but when you're Spurs... It depends, because you need to sort of succeed now, and that's why I'm never normally put myself in that position. I tend to build slowly towards success. Overnight success is difficult. Screw it, less chances. Well, yes, particularly on support as well. I could see Reynoso getting 40 goals this season. I could also see Valmir contributing over 30 goal contributions. The fact that he got 11 goal contributions in the 6th game I tried him in. And by the way, one of those 6 games was the Milan game that we obviously played there. We won 4-0. They had 3 shots. So, I think this makes us more defensively stable while still having attacking threat, which is all we really want, right? And obviously, at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, I'll just come back next year and try another one. Basically. A foreign winger who's unhappy because he wants to play in the national team and says it's unhappy. Yes, I noticed that. Usually I find that's when players are on lower squad statuses, so deliberately, so they're getting the performances that, they're getting the number of games that you've said they're going to get, basically. But then it's like the game goes, but wouldn't it be fun if they were upset anyway? Pressure to find 3 centre-backs who are amazing on the ball as well. Exactly. It means that we got a guy who's just a head on a stick that can tackle. Brilliant. He doesn't have to have 15 passing, you know. Oh, by the way, this is what I was going to show you earlier. Valenhout got a cap for Brazil. I was like, why? Why are you doing this to me? In fact, he's the perfect guy for that exact role one day, because he's not got very good passing or vision. Why are they trying to screw me? He's now on £68,000 a week as a result of that. But, you know, I still think he's going to be a long-term... Also, look at the value. It's actually gone up a little bit. Our values are nowhere near as low as they were last summer. They are still very low, but not as bad as they were. Some of them are still pretty shit. But there are a few that are still... I mean, look at Vieira, £6 million. Oh, yeah, I'll be amazed if he gets another cap until it's about 25. Makes me wonder if it was even a real cap. Because we've like, potentially, yeah. I'm actually just curious now to see who we got the cap against. South Korea. Did Brazil play South Korea? Yes, they did in a friendly, and they drew 1-1. Hit Vieira's suitcase. Oh, for sure. But I do like that at this rate. That means we could potentially have 2 of the Brazilian backline in our team. The Vieira-Valenhout partnership is pretty damn dope. So I'm excited about that. Great result for South Korea. Speaking of great results, I didn't even notice this until I came to do the recap video. Spicy! Yeet. Thank you for the 6 months. How are you, friend?
Yeet.
Yeet indeed. Malta have been cooking. 120th in the world? They were 122nd when I last looked. Point being, oh my god. Okay, so when I did the recap video, they'd beaten Georgia away from home in their European group. and I didn't see the Kosovo games because they hadn't happened yet. They've won again. Malta are top of their European qualifying group. But look at the rest of the group. Kosovo, Georgia, Belarus. Obviously England, but they're going to win every game, right? Malta have a legit chance at qualifying for the Euros. They've already beaten Kosovo away, Georgia away. They've lost at home to Kosovo, which is not ideal. But if they can get good results against Belarus, because it is only a 5-team group, I think Malta have a legit chance at qualifying for the Euros. Yeah, look at this. They could actually get through. Like, what is this group? Imagine if England got this qualifying group in real life. Kosovo, Georgia, Belarus, and Malta. Now, I know Georgia are actually a decent team, but, like, you know, there's normally, like, another team in between there. Good as a Malta team. I'm not that good, but they are better. It's incredible. So, yeah, I think there's a legit chance that, I don't know who pot 2 is. I don't think you can even see that information. But point is, Malta we have a legit chance. And if Malta do get to the European Championships, I will take over as manager. We'll have to add a manager to do it and manage Malta at the Euros, because of course we would. Because I feel like that's the only chance in the entire save they're ever going to have at qualifying for a major tournament. So the idea that they're this close, if they get double wins against Belarus, which I feel like is doable, win that home game against Georgia, that would put them on 15 points. And I think Kosovo might drop some. But annoyingly, the fact that they lost at home to Kosovo after winning away is very annoying. So we'll see. Someone called Abby scored for England. Oh, I wonder if it's like a naturalised player. Let's just find out. Oh yeah, just Abby. Straight up Abby. English. Okay, firstly, what do you reckon his name is, and where do you reckon then again, he's not even got a second nationality. Oh my god, what a name. Abdullah Nightingale. That's amazing. That's so much better than I thought it was going to be. Abdullah Nightingale. Is he a face in the game? Has to be a face in the game, right? Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this face in the game before. That's a brilliant name. If he qualifies for that, yeah. That's really fun. He's actually a Man United fan as well, which is weird considering he was born in London and is a Derby. Oh, I guess it's because the face in the game, innit? 95th minute. Oh, did they really? Shit, I thought they'd like score a late one and get back into the game. Oh, you're right, they did. Fuck, that could have been... That draw would have put them on 7 points and Kosovo only on 4. I reckon that home defeat might actually be what cost them in the end. But, we'll see. So, we're on the day where all the players join, because I figured we'd do the same thing we did last year, where, but the thing is, finances are okay. We're still considered rich. My concern is, FFP is, we're at minus 1 million now. So we're really kind of, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting summer where we're going to have to be very, very careful when we spend money. Now, obviously, loads of players are joining us today, so that's going to hit it. But then at the end of the month, we've got about £8 to £9 million worth of sales going out to other Maltese sides, including Branko Tanic. As for Patreon regens, I actually recorded the Patreon regen recap yesterday, but that issue that you'll have seen in the recap video where my mic randomly went crackly because one of the thingies disconnected was so much worse in the Patreon regen recap, I couldn't even bring myself to edit it, so I'm going to have to re-record that. But needless to say, no, I already sold all the clauses. You'll actually see here that this is the latest one. Did get £2 million for him, though, which was the Mick Miklos deal. So I've sold every other clause that we had, even the ones to Maltese sides, just to give us a little bit of cash. So yeah, not Maltese players. See if there's any there is definitely a few up, but you'll see there's a lot of retirements too. So there's Dieter Hocken, you yourself, Adrian, in fact, a few others. There's a lot more retirements coming through, as you can imagine. Hear about Saka's handball? I didn't hear about it. No, I didn't see it either. If that helps. Economic crash after. I know. It's like, who's leveraging the subprime mortgage market again? God damn. Still at Schalke. I know. Man is just stealing a living in some ways. It do be looking like that, Viking. It do be, for the time being, until the hope dies yet again. But hey, 2 finals ain't bad, right? I guess. So, when I press this button, Mr. George, by the way, is going to follow. So thank you for the follow, Mr. George. I appreciate that. When I press this button, because we are actually going to hit this first, that way all the new players can join us and we can have a little peruse through those guys. Some other players definitely have got, so there's, to give you a rundown of some of the biggest like outs that I managed to do to other Maltese sides, because obviously did the May 1st thing. Tanic has gone to Sweetie, so has someone else whose name I've forgotten, and 2 guys have gone to Becky Kara as well. So let's see. This is the huge list of players joining us. So Get excited. Also, Albi Arifi. It's gone on loan to Goodyear this season. When I offered the players out, they were like, let's have it. Ginge, thank you very much for the 2 months. How are you on this fine, relatively warm Thursday? I must admit, warmer out there than I'd expected. Either way, I think that's good for him. Having him and Sol Islay handle, I can't watch match footage on YouTube on stream. That would get me copyright claimed immediately. Seb, thank you very much for the follow as well. Not a review, yeah. The fact is, I wonder if the reason he didn't get the chances that he did at Hammer was because he just wasn't getting the game time. I'm hoping that he will get that game time at Goodyear, and maybe we'll get a chance to see if he could be that bad again. Isn't that been your prediction before every single game, Viking? I swear to God. Derek Osei as well to Zabar. I like that for him because he's one of those guys that every time we've loaned him out somewhere, he's never really got any football. And I feel like at Zabar he will. And I like that. I think that might be a good one for him, particularly as they're going to be in Europe this year. I think he's the type of guy that could do a good job for them. So glad to see him get out as well. There's only more as well. Tash Bish getting a guy. Some guys we don't care about as much. Right, 13 new signings. Get ready for lots of Fs. Who won the cup? Goodyear. They won 4-0. Was it 4-0? I think it was 4-0. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't 4-0. It was 4-0. But then I tried to offer out all the players for transfer at the same time, and the game crashed. So I think it was 4-0 the first time and 2-0 the second time when I had to redo it. So yeah, word of advice, if you're going to do the thing on May 1st, do not do it with every player that you have that you can do it with. My game completely crashed and I got a memory leak doing it. I had to like force close FM in order to make that work. So that was fun. Right, how much is this going to cost us? Do you know what? 23 million. Wait, what the fuck? I think that's counting the entire fee, right? Oh. Fair enough. I guess it's taking a lot of that stuff into account. I think it's because some of these we've got future installments on them too, but it just counts the entire number, I believe, anyway. Right, 400k for Duolingo. Now time for the handshake circle, everyone's favourite. Yeah, you got to do it in batches. The way I did it was I basically went down to every single player. I did a batch that went up to the next one that already had a transfer arranged, because obviously we've got quite a few of those in there at the moment, and I just did it like that. I think we maybe got like 15 guys out doing it. So, you know what? It's a good way to process it. And it's also going to help our wage bill too. And obviously they weren't bidding as much as they were before, because with the values dropping, that was likely to happen. With this window, the main goal with this window is for us to be bargain hunters. We are basically all going to turn into David Dickinson. We're going to varnish ourselves up and do some bargain hunting. So that means one international cap players, cheap Brazilians, general scouting as well. I've also gone through before stream and added loads of new team reports. Yes, we did sign the Mexican guy. Can't be holding your... I saw that there was a fight after the game. Jasade, how's it going, man? Everyone's got dissent with the yellow card for. I don't know. I don't know if it was dissent or just him talking to the referee. I suppose it is technically dissent, but I wonder if it's just that he talked to the referee when he wasn't allowed to, because obviously you're not allowed to talk to the referee basically unless you're the captain now, right? Super intense match. Just unlike South American football. I love it. It's great. Right. Do not condone fighting. Right. Let's go. Landing more punishes and shot. At least he hit the target with it. E-rated guy. I think he's a random freebie, if I recall correctly. 20 kilos. It could have been something like that, yeah. Right, so Jonathan. Free transfer. Just instant Brazilian low fight. He's not even that bad. 2-star CA for the Brazilian freebies. We like that. Next up, Foyer Babezi. Now, he was the guy that I thought might have a chance of being a successor to Vida on the... Oh, hello! That seems higher than it was. Now then. His tackling's never going to improve, but straight on defensive positioning. Immediately on defensive positioning. I like him. Fickle personality isn't amazing. Someone pointed out that Xavi Simons has the same facial expression as Gabriel Jesus when something goes against him or something. I saw some tweet about it. We haven't, Brishinga, no. But this is the year! Could be a late bloomer. This wasn't requested, I think. This is just on the playlist. It's just an absolute banger. Think FIFA... Is it FIFA 16? Which one was this one? I think you're right. He could be better than Sauer. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just because Vida is like, what, 34 now? Which is such a shame. But not, I mean, age comes for us all, says the 34-year-old. Phil, thank you for the 24 months.
Morning,
how are you, man?
Matto and Chatto.
He could do. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, of course. It didn't look like it was a great situation before Hamron. Oh, trust me, Hamron are not winning anything in this save. Not in that sense, anyway. I mean, they couldn't even beat Lincoln Red Imps in real life, for crying out loud. Guy looks like he's going to cry. I think it's just his natural face. Was it FIFA 14? Feed it inside forward. I mean, do you know what? I wouldn't be opposed to it for the fun, right? Watch him be absolutely goated there. Yeah, I mean, basically, you're basically old Yeller at that point. Great play. His goal was very good, though. I do wonder if Walker unsighted Pickford a little bit, because I feel like if that was a clean strike and he's not in the way, I think Pickford does get there, but either way, it's still a good strike. Right, you're one of the random Brazilians, aren't you? Yes, and he's not as good as the others, but that's okay. Not everyone has to be good. Lazar Panovsky, I think he is one of the North Macedonian dudes, yeah, the freebies. Ironically, that one that we didn't get is actually really good. So Josef Duka, who is also a guy from Brera. These are not what we're after, though. These are not what we're here for. Still stands. It really does. Right, Blaž Král. I mean, he's just good, isn't he? He's just good. Hey, Frosh. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I feel like his hand, because he nearly gets to it, and you feel like with the way it was positioned, he probably would. I like him. That agility and balance is phenomenal, and we know how important agility and balance are. I think just having another option on that right-hand side is really, really good. Oh, yes, we've got to get rid of that PPM. We have to do it here, don't we? How do we do this in how? Oh, here we go. So what is it? Is it movement? I don't know why they separate them into different categories and then make it like... I just felt there's such an easier way. Do it in discuss each other. No, I know that. I'm just trying to remember which category it's in. An extra BBM. It might... Oh, is it technique? I think it's just that the other screen doesn't display it properly, so it has like a scroll thing on it. I've not been bad, Frog. Been better lately. Yeah, we'll try technique. Beat his man, avoid his weak foot, curl the ball. It's... I understand their commitment to having conversations and stuff, but it does just make the game so much more verbose and difficult to understand a lot of the time. Avoid using weaker foot. Imagine if it was one you couldn't remove. We'll check every category, right? Defending training? Any other games for fun? I haven't played a lot of games lately, honestly. Really. I haven't even really played Ballatra that much lately. I've just kind of gone off gaming a little bit lately. I've been just reading books a little bit more and just enjoying that. And I think it's just been better for my mental health, if nothing else. Although I do miss gaming with the boys. Passing. Yeah, I guess it has to be passing. Even though that doesn't make any sense, really, does it? But it's got to go in somewhere. Simple passes, killer balls, attempted through balls, look for pass. Refrain from stopping the players often. Why is that under passing? Not sure it's a suitable idea. Why on earth would that not be a suitable idea? He reads the game so well. Yeah, but he's a wing... I guess it's because he's a midfielder as well. We got to get rid of that. We can't have a stops play on a wing back. Imagine it's like the goated trait. That actually is the best thing we could possibly want. Why is it on support? Did I accidentally put the wrong one? There we go. For a pass, I guess it's just a bit like... You'd feel like it would come down to more like movement because you're stopping the play. You're stopping moving, I guess. Either way, you're right, yeah. Southgate's like, can we get him? Right, next up, the other guy that we also got from... from Maribor, who's like a slightly worse version than him, but he's also a squad player as well. That might come in to be a problem later in the window. If I could get him out for loan, though, that might be quite helpful. Plus, we've got to start training him to even play a position in our team. We only picked them both up because we could. Is that the right one? No. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if I can be able to do this straight away. I might be able to. Let's just have a little look. Let's see. Always worth a go. Worth a go. Didn't work. It is what it is. I'm going to do it anyway. On him. Because if we don't, he'll expect to be registered in the Champions League, and that'll then set off the same chain of events that we had last season that we can't afford to have this summer. I'd rather upset him now and get him a chance to get over it. And that way he'll be upset for different reasons, and the players probably won't come and complain to you about it, because I don't think I've ever had the squad come to me about changing a player's status. Although, there's a first for everything, as we well know. Very funny. Wait, what did I do? I don't understand that joke, but I'm going to need someone to explain it to me, because I've seen other people say that before. What have I done? Not complain about being registered for Europe. Anything below squad player. So fringe player is fine. They won't complain. And anything of any of the youth ones, basically. About it second time. Maybe. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, next up, Peter. I mean, he's here because his name is Peter. That is it. That is the sole reason. Now, I'm going to save Pineda for a minute because he's the one I'm really excited about. Actually, there's a few more. Mohamed Labare. For 350 grand. We'll do it anyway. Oh, I see. Andrew the Pigeon's in here too. Also, one thing I did do as well, I looked when I was doing the loan extensions, any player that was at Dingley or Zuri or whatever that hadn't played a single game, I didn't even attempt to extend the loan because it just bulks the screen out for no reason. We know that they're going to come back anyway, so I just figured I'd save myself some time. So, pro tip there. Right. Actually, no, let's just do it in order because otherwise I'll forget someone. Luis Pineda. Yes. 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 That feels good. That suddenly gives us so much more depth in that position as well. I might still train him. Nah. Lack of left foot. Although, actually, I don't mind inside forwards that don't have the foot for the inside forwardness. I think that could still help. Because I find this particular one gets into the support position for shots across the goal. So having him on his right foot might actually not be the worst thing in the world. Great athlete. Good at passing too, which I think will really suit him as that inside forward as well. That passing ability is beautiful. Gets in opposition area, which is kind of going to make him a more aggressive approach in there too. I like him a lot. The lack of teamwork is not really useful for his role, but I want it to be higher if I can. I think he's going to be superb. Having him and Pereira to rotate around is glorious. And then we've still got Bizarma, Perez, God knows how many others. Like Lacrimi. Yeah, he kind of is. Like, part of me thinks we could have kept Lacrimi, but the fact is I think we did the right thing by selling him because of the money we got. Because otherwise, look at the situation we'd be in if we hadn't sold him, right? So, Andrew the Pigeon. For 500 grand, he's absolutely fine. Like, is he a worldie? No. But he's got lovely attributes. Does have some issues here. If he could find a loan, that would be lovely. But no need for it. How to loan farm. None of the players ever go on clubs. I know you're saying the clubs might not think they have no chance to sign them. Just need to get the league better. Bear in mind, getting the league better won't make the clubs want to sign the players. It's not to do with reputation for the most part. It's to do with the levels of quality of the squads themselves. So you making the league better in terms of the reputation will not affect that. So what you need is to get better players to those clubs on like permanent transfers. So one of the things that we did was we signed a load of cheap Brazilians, like free transfers from Brazil, because there's always loads of them. And then we unwanted listed them and tried to offer them out for free to other Maltese sides because we paid nothing for them. They're on cheap deals. And what that did is it slowly brought the CA average up at the other teams in our league. And then they started taking loans because we definitely got into that same problem. Essentially. So yeah, that's Andrew the Pigeon. I like him. He's 20 years old. Now, as an advanced playmaker, which is exactly what it's got ticked, let me just make sure we've got the right situation here. So, I feel like his dribbling might be the thing. But that's basically what I would suggest at that point, Dino. For Wales. It depends exactly what you need help with, but we do have an entire section of the Discord that is actually specifically designed for help with that. Yeah, Dick has... Well, he's retired as a player, obviously. He's technically still our director of football, isn't he? Or no, he's our technical director. We never use him. No, I have hold up play. Thank God he doesn't. Because... Although, actually, if he did, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think there might already be a Wales one. There's been loads of them made, which is so cool. And then we've got Maximilian Vetter. He was such a strange one. We're paying quite a lot of money on him. Luckily, it was a free transfer, so it's not the end of the world, right? He was such a weird one. He was that one we saw randomly for free. Obviously, he doesn't have the PA, but such is life, right? And this guy was the one we randomly dropped 5 million on. Oh! Okay. Oh, fucking K. That was a complete punt. Reto Bokons from Winterthur. Who's our prospect? I think it's still Tabaraku, the Romanian dude, or Tabaraku. I can't remember actually how to say his name. The one this is the guy we didn't scout, but he looked good enough that we decided to get £5 million on him because he was a recruitment focus, wasn't he? What a decision that is! And unflappable spirited personality. This guy's going to be really good too. Get him straight on passing training. Get that up a little bit. Sensational. And a cool name to Reto Bokons. Actually, Swissies, if you have any. How is that surname pronounced? Is it Bokons? Either way, dope. We've really got that advanced playmaker role depth sorted for the future too. Oh, imagine if he went in the loan farm for a little bit too. Oh, he's fit. That's so good. Also, 2 under-21 caps as well. We've done well out of that. 3 Brazilians. I'll show you because we're going to do it we're going to do the 3 Brazilian thing right now. We'll do the internet cap thing afterwards. Man United bid for Gillet. Nope. I'm no longer stalling them. I'm just ignoring them because it does the same thing. And eventually, when the stall is over, yeah. Passing. I can't put him on. Oh yeah, did I not do it? Shit. Wait, why did I say him as advanced playmaker? He literally already. Hang on, I'm an idiot. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Otherwise, we'd have been doing role training for no reason when we need to be doing that training instead. He's only 17. Thank you for that. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you how to do the 3 Brazilian things. So what I do to extend. Yep. So if you're on, I'll show you literally right now. So obviously we're not on June 2nd, so you won't see the same things that I do. But what you'll do basically is on June 2nd, you go into here, go into loans. I have mine set up so that I have like loan expiry stuff on this screen because it makes it much easier. Then you just sort it by the ones that are expiring soonest. Provided they're on like 2-year loans or 1-year loans and not 11-month loans, then it should look up a little bit like this. Then all you do, go to here, transfer, and there should be an option here, obviously there isn't for me, that says proposed loan extension. Then you just click that, on to the next one, and so on and so forth, all the way down the list. Now, when you have a list of 300, it takes a little while. Took me about 20 minutes. I just whack a podcast in and do it. But, yeah, I can understand how tedious that could be, though, for a player, for sure. So actually, it was A in the first guy, 199 PA. Yeah, I don't know if that guy's as good as that, but hot damn. But yeah, so 3 Brazilians. This is how we do the 3 Brazilians. I'm also going to remake this setting because we end up changing it every time, so I'm just going to redo this and save it again because there we go. Because it kept resetting to 19 basically. So 3 Brazilians. Is this Brazilian freebie? So basically, what you want to do, better from that screen. The reason I do it from that screen is because it isolates only loan players. Pretty much. I don't know. You could probably do it from other screens too, but I'd see no reason to bother. But any screen that you can access the squad and do that kind of sorting, I suppose you could do it from. But I just do that because it just isolates the loan players pretty much. It might well be available on the other screens too. But I don't know if something about that screen is what causes the 2-year extensions. I haven't done extensive testing on it beyond like knowing it worked one time and kind of just going with it. So yeah, for 3 Brazilians, you do based in, and it is actually, technically that is Brazil, it just doesn't show it for some reason. And then transfer value is at most 0. And then bam. And then that will give you a list of 3 Brazilians. One thing you can do, if you want to ignore ones that you've already looked at, which is like, I think I want to start adding into these, is a really fun... Jimmy's finding this was gold dust. So what you can do is you can add a thing in for scouting that says, days since last report created is between that and 999. What this does, basically, is it hides players, or it's supposed to. Oh, hang on. Is not between. There we go. It hides players that you've already got scouting on. But the great thing about it is it doesn't count team report scouting. So those will still show up. That's why we use it for our team report thing. Proposed loan extensions, the club doesn't do it. Yeah, loads of times. It happens every year to probably about 30 players. But then you just, they're not always going to want to do it. Usually the reason is either... Most of the time the reason is the player didn't play enough or they're not good. And then sometimes the player can still turn it down. Also, good news. All of the Sweetie loanies went back. So not a single one of them, I don't believe, chose to come back to us, including Miguel Torres. So for whatever reason, them not qualifying for Europe this year didn't affect those loan players. They all decided to stay, as well as getting a few more permanent transfers. So I think Sweetie will be very strong this year. So, even Miggy, yeah. Which has surprised me. I was expecting them, at least a couple of them to come up, but no. Who won the cup? Goodyear won the cup. They beat Valletta 2-0 in the end, I think. That was right before I had that crash. So, what we'll do with the 3 Brazilians... So, all of these guys, we're just going to get a scout report on them all. Because they're like... Most of them won't be that good. But some of them will be. And they're free. So, we just get a 1-week scout on them. What I might do, actually, chat, is... Instead of fully scouting these guys now, I might just, like... in that first report, if they come through even being half decent, just pick them up. They're free, right? Yes, that is the European setup. But if we can get above... The VODs is like a story. Don't know about Netflix. I think my production value is a little bit better. No, it's. Oh, those are freebies. We could just trial those guys. Actually, what I should have done is trial them. If they've got no clubs, I should have just trialed them in, which I will now do. No reason not to, right? And it doesn't just work with Brazil, by the way. It's just Brazil is the one that I found is the most effective to get these guys from. So let's just try... Colombia is also fun, I think. There's only 2 guys there. Pretty competitor. I have an experience. I'm not... I mean, I have some experience with it, but it is certainly nowhere near the experience of someone like Hadrian in chat does. But ask away, and we'll try to do our best to help. As far as the stream... we haven't actually signed anyone new this stream, because we're literally doing scouting right now. But obviously all the new players have just joined us too. So we're just getting some scouting done in the meantime. These guys are both amateurs. Now, you also can do the amateur thing too. That'll find you freebies as well, which we may as well do now, because we're looking for cheapies. We may as well get some amateurs as well. So, based in... I don't know what this is set to. Is that Czech Republic? Yeah. Let's just try... Why is it only set... Oh, hang on, I have to go in here, don't I? There we go. Glitches out a little bit sometimes. Try Colombia. There's always usually some good Colombian amateurs. Didn't go through... Only idea how that comes. So hang on. You changed the names and nicknames of the clubs, but it didn't work. And you made sure that you actually saved the database file and actually used the database file in your save. Because you remember, you can't just like change it and then expect it to affect your save in real time. It's a funky town. Yeah, so these guys... Hang on, let me get the right one up here. This is the one we want. Shows us a bit more information about them. Because some of these guys might genuinely be decent. I also went through and I added a load more team reports for all the Scandinavian nations. Sorry, Scandinavian. For the South American nations too. Because there was a few in there that we were missing and I was very surprised. See if it went through. That is weird that hasn't gone through. I don't really have any advice as to why that wouldn't have happened. Are you using a name fix by any chance? So are you using a name fix file on top of that? Because remember, that will overwrite it if that is applying to it. So say, the same way everyone uses the name fix to get rid of like Manu FC, etc., etc. Turbo FC, also Soccer Law. It's an anime that I didn't know I wanted. Good times. Colombia. See if there's any in Chile. Colombia is usually brilliant. Yeah, Chile's not the same. Colombia is so good for that. Paraguay? Yeah, Peruvian... that was another thing I noticed, that we didn't have a lot of Peruvian clubs on the team report list, so I've massively got to change that as well. I've added maybe another 100 teams to it today. All South America, because I ran out of time before stream, but which should definitely improve. How do we do in Europe? We got knocked out in the round of 16. It was shocking. Basically, we... wow, that's a lot of Peruvian players that aren't playing, weirdly. It didn't go well. Basically what happened was in the first leg we lost 3-0 in a really even game with massive mistakes for 2 of the 3 goals, and then in the second leg we drew 1-1 and they had 0.09 XG and 2 shots. It was just one of those games where FMs just truly decides to screw you. Hence why I decided to change the tactic. That isn't really even a hence there, but I just felt that we could do with a freshening up. Speaking of freshening up, run out of facing the games. I don't know. I've heard that they come back again. That's what I've been told. Miggy orange injured. Yes. No, I don't think he was even orange injured, actually. He was, by the time that he came to extend his loan, he had actually gone past the orange injury stage as well. So he was just non-injured at all. He may have been in like the yellow, the yellow fit stage, where they're technically not injured, but they have 0 match sharpness because they've obviously been sat in a chair. Could even look up to get we'll get Badini the second, yes. The king of Italy. How many treks and libs? 0, because we're going for wins. Turns out that winning is actually fun as well. We'd like to do it sometime. We decided to try winning. I've finally taken all the Twitch chat advice and decided to get good and get a better chair, except I didn't because this chair is still a piece of shit. Fuck it. It's that time. We got to do it. It's that time of the year where the fun begins. Internati Cappy time. Everybody's favourite show. Internati Cappies. 148 players to look through. You know what to do. This time, I'm only going to scout interesting ones. Nah, fuck it. We're doing them all. You might even get some previews of some interesting ones as we go along here. Let's see. I mean, it's weird. Last year, we were able to actually play a tactic that had a libero in it and a trequartista. In fact, I think we had 2 at one point. But this year, it's just, it ain't it. Maybe we just had a really meta rest of our team last year. Or maybe they were the meta. Who knows? Other filters do you have? So we've got, the ones we use regularly. So we've got Amdram, which is the one that I use for the amateur players, which is so useful in seasons 3 to 6. Although we do still use it. That I need to delete. That's literally just because we asked it to find players like Mohamed Afifi, and it just creates that. 20 is plenty is fun. So what that does basically is it finds players that have 20 in a certain number of attributes, or that you believe they do. Likelihood is you'll just find a couple of good guys. That's used for the Z-Gens faces. The Brazilian freebies is the one where we find the Brazilian freebies, pretty much. That's the same thing as the Afifi one. 5-2 stars. 5 stars to... I don't even know what that is. Team Report New is just the base view that we use to look at Team Report scouting. Internati Cappies is the one where we find players that have 1 international cap and are under the age of 18. And Malta Hunting is, I believe, one that Hadrian made me, which basically allows us to find Maltese players that play outside the country. Right. There's an Arsenal guy in here. Fuck, that sounds amazing. Okay. Ooh, immediate Angolan. Love to see it. Also, what is going on in the American Samoan Islands? Oh. But Nuno Vunga. Yes, Nuno. Nuno Vunga. Liking that. 1 cap for Angola already. Right-sided winger. Yes, Nuno looks tasty. And plays for Mechelen. 58 and 8. Hang on, who's the 58 and 18? Oh, great name as well. Juan Loanojo? That's fun name. Scouting filters. I believe they're in... Oh, no, hang on. What about filters? I'm actually not sure. I need to make a pack of those as well. Sorry, I'm still catching up on that. So I made the view pack. I made the tactics pack, which doesn't have the new tactic in. I need to update that. But these... Yeah, I don't believe I have a filters pack here because we didn't really have that many of them. And now we do. So I will actually have to update. If someone reminds me on Discord after stream, I will absolutely make it because it's just a case of dropping some stuff in. But, yeah. It's a fun name, though, isn't it? What about you? Tua Rubens, Juan Martinez. Yeah, he's very much the Wish.com Juan Martinez, isn't he? It seems like American Samoa they must have played some games, right? 182nd. They beat Tuvalu, beat Micronesia, beat Kiribati, beat the Cook Islands. Look at them going. Was that Marathon Man? No, Marathon Man was Morales, wasn't he? Because we were calling him, was it David Morales? Juan Martinez was the Bolivian dude, I think. Bahamanian. Wow, loads of Bahamanians. There's always a few Bahamanians in there. This guy's a Bahamanian Haitian. Miguel Morales, not David Morales, yeah. Yeah, Bolivia, we're a bit lacking on Bolivian team reports too, so I've rectified that issue now. We should hopefully get some even more South American magic coming through. It's always worth a look at... Wait. Oh, a Bahraini at Palace. That's fun. To 163. Holy shit. Imagine if we had 163 youth level. What's ours, like 80? No, it's not 80, it's like 44 or something. Yeah, the Bahraini ones are often surprisingly good. See, even these guys don't look horrendous. They're not, like, puntable. Probably. But Fahad Al-Haiki, he, because he comes through a Palace, is bound to be way better than the others. And we'll scout them all anyway. You're right, it is dynamic. Who knows? Maybe our youth rating across the 20 years of this save has gone up as much as 24. 24? It's gone up to 24 from 42. What we got? This guy. Transport United. Quenga Lam. Cool name, cool player. A couple of guys from... Is that... What even is that? Is that... Oh, St. Bart's, yeah. Belize. Got to be careful when I click Belize in case the game crashes, but there we go. It could have gone up as high as 43. I know. Crazy times. That one extra PA that one player will get in one intake. What a day. I imagine it's not changed at all. In fact, we'll be able to find out at the end of the save because we can literally look that up at the end of the save. We can find out exactly what the youth rating is, and I bet you it's the same. Oh, you'd have to play for 100 years to even have the tiniest dent, basically. Their plans are measured in centuries, but I don't got time for that, right? A couple of Botswana dudes. 4 caps at 18 is not bad. Asking to leave as well. This guy's got quite... Oh, hello. Thaba Mayana. Is he worth just a punt right now, if we can? He's actually quite good. 3 caps, 1 goal. Botswana freebie.
Do you know if there's
Why not?
a train coming anytime?
No agent, obviously.
Oh, yes,
he may not sign for us
soon.
because he's too young, potentially.
They are building it now.
But still, if he does sign, that'd be really fun. Haven't had a Botswanan before. Well, not for a while. Anyway, Zito, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. A couple of Brunei dudes. Well, I noticed that when we were looking down, you could see here that... oh, yeah, it's this guy. It's just reshuffled for some reason. That looks quite like a nice set of attributes across there, comparatively speaking. Hello, Pog. Brunei, maybe not. Cambodia? Men Samnang. I love the fact that Men is the first name here too. That's just sensational scenes. For a freebie for the loan farm, right? Oh, Canada. I bet you he's on loan from like Man City or something. Brentford. £25 million player, Ryan Barkley. That's proper Barclays, that is. Madupi. That's cool. I've never really had a good Botswanan player from what I remember. I've always wanted one. Dad might be my favourite name in the save so far. Yes, Mohamed Dad is a quality player. What about this guy here? Canadian-Italian. Alessandro Sicurella. Bear in mind, Iore isn't actually his name, though, is it? His name was Juan, unfortunately. If only it were true. Guy from the Cayman Islands? Christopher Brown? Yeah. Congolese dude? Oh, look at that. He's double Congo. He's both Congo, he's both Mr. Congo and Dr. Congo at the same time. And tell you what, not even half bad. I mean, he's not great either. Probably not worth punting on yet, but I don't hate him. We got Wakey, which is what your mum says when you need to get up for school. One cap for China at that age is surprising, actually, because he doesn't look that good. It's going okay, Jack. We're just doing a bit of fun, obscure scouting, knowing that we have almost no money to spend this summer. Pretty much. That could be fake cap. Let's find out. Against Brunei. No, it was a real cap. They played against Brunei in a friendly. Well, I'll be damned. Fair play to Wakey. Oh, an Ivorian at Norgeland. Okay, this is what we like. Oh. Now, the only thing I can think is that somehow we simply have no knowledge of the exact attributes that he's good in. Because for me, there ain't no way that an Ivorian international at Norgeland isn't going to be decent. There's so many good players coming through at Ivorian sides that he'd have to be really solid. The boldness situation there is not ideal for him there. 2 caps as well. Yeah, it's not a fake cap either, is it? Let's just... Although his international debut was against Ethiopia. Maybe they are fake caps. Let's just... I don't want to get caught out. Ah ha ha ha. Can't sneak by me. It's fake caps, chat. He's not real. These are not real caps. Was that Ivory Coast? Oh, yeah, I'm a moron. Makes way more sense that Ivory Coast would play against it. Well, there was me. There's my petard again, chat. Tath been hoisted. God damn it, man. I got so confident as well. I was like, I finally got one. I finally won one. Nope. Oh, I love that their team is captain of Sekou Fofana, one of our former players from years ago. And then Davy Cloud. Don't ever change. I won't never not change. Don't worry about that. Also, Grand Beribi. Good name. Solid place. Was Watara in there too? Of course he was. Yep, that's been hoisted. Okay. Costa Rica always deliver. They just never don't. Wait, hang on. What was the guy called? Or is he further down? Either way. Jose Acuna. Just a solid player. Now, he's a bit more expensive, so we definitely have to scout him. But either way, superb. This guy here, though. Ooh, Mauricio Madrigal. He might be fun as well. And he's got a name like Mauricio Madrigal. He's just a goated name as well. Let's see. A couple of guys from Central African Republic. Although, tell you what. Sometimes this view can lie a little bit. Because, yeah. Did not click the scout. I actually didn't. I know. Look at me, Ginger. I'm learning. No, you can't say... Look, imagine... No, try saying Madrigal like a London cabbie. Madrigal. Like, it just doesn't work. Let's see what else we got. Cuban into Miami. Dagoberto Balsiero. Okay. Watch out. That is the question, Wise. That is the very question. And I do not know the answer for you. Sadly. From Chile. Chile has been superb in this save. We have Chile's starting strikers and their backup striker in our squad. Madrid girl. Yeah, Madrid girl. The way that it's that way that London people say girl. Something about it is just so charming to me. Madrid girl. Oh no. Actually, to be fair, I don't mind Moretti. I don't mind either, actually. They're both solid. Still would prefer a nice cool bottle of Asahi, but, you know, needs must. Larnicus. Georgius Georgiou. Uncreative parents, but nevertheless, we move. He's all right. Oh, we missed out on the other Cypriot that went to Inter, and I'm regretting that. Wow, 2 players that actually come through. Wow, hello. It's rare ever that we see Eritrean players that come through Eritrean clubs. They're almost always Norwegian. But these two look to have both come through at Red Sea. I mean, useless, obviously, but... Was there a Paul Paul? There is a Paul Paul! Okay, we've got to sign Paul Paul. No doubt about it. England, of course I didn't. I was there to watch the football. I wasn't there anyway, I was just watching the football. But with stuff like that, I tend to just ignore everything around matches and just watch the game. I never watch the punditry. I mute it at half-time. I don't really care about, like, random stuff around that. I'm just like, I'm only interested in the football. Like I said, Wise, that is a decision that only you can make, my friend. Paul's middle name. Unfortunately, he's not like to have a middle name on account of not being Brazilian. Are they Moses? Maybe. Now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul Paul. Very solid. I rate that joke. Not to mention Michael Jim down here and all. Right, let's have a look at Paul Paul. Just awful. But who cares? In you come, bud. Fritzen Ongrung. Wait, was he from Pink Panthers? No, okay, right, I've got to sign him as well. Because Pink Panther... Oh, we can't. We can. Yes. You're going to learn a bit more about Pink Panthers in tomorrow's video. Because obviously the second tier Champions League video is based in Micronesia. And they're, of course, a Micronesian team. So is Paul Paul. Paula Pwong as well. Norwegian driving instruction. Fritzen Ongrung. Some direction named places. Does it really? Let's find out. Let's go. Gagil. Big up Gagil. What else we got? Where's Michael Jim from? How many Chloes? Didn't really pay much attention to that, honestly. There was 2 guys, however, playing for Pink Panthers called Lexter James, both of whom were 23 years old. And they were both centre-backs, but they were different heights. He is from Colonia. Well, okay then. What about Fritzen? Where are you from, bud? Core. Potential commercial value. Think of the shirt sales, Rob. There's every chance that we'd get some shirt sales. Question FM want to start making video. Oh, 2 guys from Colonia. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's hard to give like direct advice on the broadest topic, but if you have like individual questions about stuff, I'm absolutely happy to answer as much as I physically can. And same with people DM me about this all the time. I actually really like it when people mention it on stream because it means that I can answer it properly because I can speak and it's much easier than typing, although I do sometimes struggle to speak, as I'm sure you're aware. But it also means that if someone else is thinking about it but just didn't ask the question, now they can get an answer to it as well. Spetsy, the guy. Oh, no, he almost certainly is, but unfortunately he'll probably... I'm not even sure he is that decent. I guess we're going to find out. Came from a club called Steve Biko Football Club. Who did you used to play for? Steve? McLaren? No, Steve. Another Slovenian. Slovenia have been cooking lately, in fairness. I'd love Pink Panthers. As if it... Oh, hang on. Ng as well. Oh, look at a passing on Ng. Momadou. Right. Arsenal Ghana. Oh, God, what are we doing here? Tyrone Adekor. To already have caps for Ghana at 18. Like, Ghana's not a small national team. They've got some really solid players. I mean, we know because we own the rights to half of them. He's going to cost a fortune. And I hope he's good. Ooh. Romario Gomes. Scotland. I don't know, actually, for Scotland. I can't remember. I've only ever managed to... The last time I managed in Scotland was Dundee United. And that was only really for the beta. Practice intros. Well, this is the thing. If you're doing YouTube, then no need to worry about practicing intros. You can just re-record it. Mario Gomez. Yeah, it's nearly the same thing. That's all you have to do is you just have to tell yourself that you're in YouTube mode now, and all of a sudden you become entirely competent. Look, I can do it like that. It's easy. Well, it's not easy, because if it was, I'd do it all the time. I had an absolute hyper-focus insanity day yesterday. I woke up and my brain was like a motor. Got out of bed like 2 hours early. Was just working all day on all the shit I had to get done. And I was just like, yes! I was certainly no potato yesterday. I realised I kind of got to take advantage when I feel like that. Milton Perez. What are we saying, Millie boy? Ooh. Also, I love that he's Honduran and Guatemalan. Because now he's got flag. Sideways flag. It's good. Mexico's fun. Oh, yeah. I mean, my video files, like for my recordings, are usually about twice as long as the video actually is, because of me messing up constantly. Pretty much. Good for engagement. I used to sometimes put that little stuff like that on the end of the videos. Maybe I should start bringing that back or put it on the Patreon or something. There was one time when Pod came in and spilled coffee all over me. Because, you know, normal stuff. Then that was during the Aaron Walker video. Cesar Morales, another Morales, though he's at Greuther Fürth. Solid. Haroya again. Abdoulaye Silla, yes. Much more like it. Can't make 2 year loans. Sometimes I find some players just kind of glitch out and you can't do anything with that. I've had this. There was one player this year who's got 4 years left on his contract here, and I couldn't extend his loan, and I don't know why. It wasn't transferred to someone else. Sometimes the game, I feel like, just gets a bit glitchy. Imagine, right? Hungary here as well. Peter Batic. Oh, Hungary seem to have been cooking up some stuff lately as well. Like, we got that Zoltislai. It's Peter Batic. Don't mind him. I know, FM being glitchy. Next you'll tell me that water's wet, Zeep. Crazy times. Yeah, literally, Haroya is just, it's just basically Iash Mariba's club now for me. Indonesia, a couple of Indonesians. Ooh. Deki as a first name is, wow, he's not even that bad. Loving Deki as a first name too. Big fan of the possibilities that presents. An Indian guy here, Bimal Singh. Oh, what I would give to find a really good, not getting Milton. Well, we're not getting him immediately. We're scouting him. Everyone's being scouted, so we're just looking through them after we've scouted them now, basically. Dicky, good old Dicky. That sounded more Australian than South African. Indonesia mentioned. Oh, an Iraq guy. Second coming of Mayhem Sultan, perhaps? Hamza Khalaf? I like him. Hamza looks... 5 caps for Iraq. He looks really quite good. No detectors for wetness. You can only detect pressure and temperature when you learn specific conditions to be wet. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, not even makes sense. It's literally a fact, isn't it? Hamza looks really good. I wonder if we could sign him potentially. Like, for me, he's slightly more puntable. Low wage. Yes, Hamza. Lovely. If he's under 100k... I mean, I know I said under 100. 130 is fine. That's the kind of sort of signings that we can really be fine doing at this point. Defensive attributes. Let's have a look. I didn't even really pay attention. Yeah. But he is a wing-back. So I'm not... Yeah, you're right. His marking... Luckily, if his marking shit, that's something we can work on. He's more of a loan farmer, I suspect. I'm not imagining we're going to find the next Iraqi wonder kid here. Although you never know, right? Can happen occasionally. Abdullah Ali. Not bad. He's actually more expensive. I guess Jordan must have higher like reputation in certain areas. Question. A maximum of 7 players out of the 22 foreign club at a time. Does that mean 7 to a specific foreign club? I believe it means any foreign club. So I believe you're only allowed to have 7 non-domestic loans. If I remember correctly. Because actually someone asked me on Twitter the other day about could they do a building a nation where they were in one country and the team they were building was in another. So say they were Liverpool in the Premier League, but they were trying to build up a Scottish side as an affiliate club. I don't think that would be possible because of the FIFA loan restrictions, although I could be wrong. Because I think that's a really fun challenge as well. We'll certainly get around any reputation issues. So Georgia there. A couple of Laotian guys. You've got really high teamwork. And you play for Young Elephant. Suza Samavongchit. Teamwork is his only good attribute. But there we go. Wait, Thon Manivong. Did I miss one? Oh, that guy there. Phone Pursuit Thon Manivong. I bet you weren't expecting the first name to be even better. Yeah, as far as I know, it's like a hard-coded like FIFA IFAB rule or something, right? Liberia, always a good combination. Liberia and Czechia. Never bad. HJK, are they really? Love to see it. Less than ideal, though, was the fact that Hamron lost to the Lincoln Red Imps. Phone Pursuit, yes. You never played Phone Pursuit, cry about it. Jesus. Get with the times, man. 3-0 as well is extremely funny. So up the Lithuanians. Ooh. Actually, wait, you're not even that bad. Bold Backy? Not bad. Yeah, I got so many people message me about the Hamron result on Tuesday night. It's so typical of Hamron, isn't it? Ball Backy. And the thing is, right, he's actually not a bad ball winning midfielder too. Romain Graf. Luxembourg, look, they've had a couple of good players here. Eric Joachim as well. 3 caps too. Ooh, a Latvian. Wait. I always confuse those guys with one of the Maltese sides that has a very similar name. Sergej Emulovs. All right. Couple of Madahuhas. Oh, that's shortest Madagascar name of all time. Alfie, thank you for the raid. I think you're lying, Carlos. What's your real name? This is not a real Madagascar. I'm sorry, you can't do that. I want to have to take a breath in the middle of saying your name. Also, Sibusio Gross. Wait, hang on. Are they both called Gross? They are. It's the Gross brothers. Imagine if they actually were brothers. Huh. The two shortest names in the whole of Madagascar. This guy here, certainly bucking the trend a little bit, but you can only have a maximum of 5 letters per name. Mode Hafiz Mode Radzi. Cool to get him. And he's only 16. That's very young to get those caps. And apparently the Maldives, rather. Oh my god. Hang on a fucking second, chat. Slobodin. Oh. Now that. Depeche Mode. Okay. And this right here is why we do this. And because he plays for Vadar Skopje, they're always free. Oh my god, he didn't even demand a stupid wage either. Beautiful. And a youngster contract and a loan move. Oh. And he's only 18 as well. Which means he'll technically be homegrown as well. Beautiful. Well, he's not likely to play for us. Although he does have very good teamwork. Yeah, it's one of the few bugs that works in our favour. Also, Montenegro. Ivan Vukovic. Oh. Going to say, none of these guys are going to be realistically going at our team. Come on now. Any players that we sign for our team usually come through random scout reports.
It's good you came in summer. In winter.
Or they're a player for our team that we sign and then 5 years later they're a player for our team. We almost never sign players directly for the first team, with the exception of people like Pinedo, and they are really the outliers more than anything else. Let's go Heat! Thank you very much for the follow. We've got Cry About Heat and Let's Go Heat. Now they can fight. Ivan Maric. I've got to stop leaning forward like that. It's definitely going to give myself a back injury. I'm like this when we do transfer streams. I start sitting like this. And it's like, that's just horrible for posture. Let's go you! Yeah! Good solid name. Sogbatar Uchihuag. Not even close, probably. He's going to break his spine very slowly over much time. Hello, this guy. He's... Sometimes you see guys that can play like winger and then like can't play the middle wing. I love that he can play fullback, winger, but now he probably actually can. It's just that this information is revealed later. I just find that funny. Is that a Portuguese side or no? This is Mozambican side, isn't it? Yeah. Paul might not play all the matches. He's going to have to get past original Paul first, and you know how difficult he is to get out of the squad. Martinique. Sacha Dana. Just Steve Dyer. Danny's brother. A couple of Nepalese. Who's Milan Gurung. Oh, New Zealander. Cody Mason Peterson. Like that. Don't mind a bit of Cody Mason Peterson. Nothing else. Yeah, I miss those days. I think it was a Fulham player. Ian Pearce for Fulham as well. Years ago, used to have the exact same thing where he was striker and centre-back. Guy at Wapta. Oh. There's a guy here, actually. I love that also United City is it's just Kev's club. We've got this guy, Khalil Gnaem. 3 caps. He's never going to sign for us, is he? He's surely too young. Ah, fuck. Oh, well. What sale? He just has surprisingly good temp polls. It's Enter Hikari. Have produced a player. Joshua Biaro. He's not spectacular, is he? Poland. Oh, baby Poland. Now we talking. United City is the ultimate local derby. Pom Strikers 2. Just a load of English blokes in Australia. Another guy from Enter Hikari. Nah. Right, Poland, come on. Przemysław. Oh. Yes. Przemysław Guzek. Just as Darude Sandstorm hits. 6 foot tall, central midfielder. Passing looks decent. 3 caps for Poland already. Plays for Legia. For his first cap against Uruguay. And so on and so forth. Yep, there it is. No fake caps. Legit caps. Now I'm hyped. How much was he? Unknown. Let's ask him. Oh, that's actually really fucking cheap. I know he shouldn't, but he's so cheap I almost want to just go for it. I was expecting him to ask for like 4 million quid or something. At that point, yeah. For 1.6, he's worth a go. Yeah, the fact that he's got 3 in a row as well. 14 months ago, tournaments is back. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, when I hurt my back last year, I mean, it's literally what stopped me from running, basically. And I'm so glad that wasn't even that severe in the end. But even now, I feel like it's just kind of weakened in that area. So it's like probably prone to re-injury, I guess, right? But it doesn't hurt after I run anymore, which is nice. And I've actually been running like 3 days a week for the last couple of weeks now, which has been nice. Severe, but it's the wrong severe. Ooh, Salvador. Nice. Pep got sacked. Nice. Watch out, they might try and replace you with him. He could be alright. Hard to say. Wages. I guess, but wages are not actually our problem right now. It's just the overall transfer fee. The fact he's got 3 Poland caps at that age. If it was 1 Poland cap, I'd be a little bit more like... oh, an Italian guy. Niccolo Carli... Wow. He's not that bad. I can't believe I found a 150 PA Samarinese guy in that rest of Europe video. I mean, he came through at Arsenal, but still, I thought that was cool. Edgar Lima? No, exactly. That's why I've been trying to improve my posture lately. They're real caps. We did. We checked the Poland caps for real caps. Yeah, where is Com? Are you sure it's not Lower League Italy? Oh, no, you're right. It's Podgorica, which means that's what? Montenegro? Yep. That's amazing. He's come through on Montenegrin side with Italian Sammarinese nationality. Cool. Okay. A couple of Surinamese guys. Rocky Misidian. Rocky ain't bad. Hang on, he says there's a Maltese dude there. Oh my god, there is, yeah. Milovan Simic. Love to see it. Extra running is will probably let run really slowly. Like, seriously. However slowly you think you need to run, slower than that. Legitimately. I run a bit faster today just because I wanted to get some like energy out. But normally I would run at like 8-minute kilometers just because I'm just trying to keep the heart rate low. It's so good in the long run to do that. Literally. In both levels. Tahitian French. Scout Shimich. I mean, might as well, I guess, but he's probably unlikely to be any good. But can't hurt, right? Boom. Might be naturalized. True. Hang on, there's a Brazilian in here? Oh, I see, yeah. Timor-Leste Brazilian. Nice. Walk up hills. Yeah, no. Well, hill running is very good for you. Are you sure you've been riding them, Exodio? Yeah, Timor-Leste. Unfortunately, imagine if he was Brazilian Timor-Leste and he had, like, he'd come through at a Brazilian side with Timor-Leste nationality. That'd be incredible. Let's have a look at Glauber Diniz, whose actual name is Glauber Diniz. And the guy, team just called DIT, which is short chat for DIT. Yeah, like a Timor-Leste guy at Palmeiras. Oh, you'd love to see it. Hello, this token dude, though. Jodo Bosu? Not bad. Right, Ukraine, this is exciting. Also, Monaco dude as well, but like this guy for me really exciting because Monaco, that's always going to be a tough one for us to get. Although, Steven Gazzoso, sensational name. He's definitely going to score a hat-trick against us in the Champions League in 10 years' time. This guy, though, Nikita Sachko. Big hair! Done 15 this year. Yeah, no. I mean, I never did. Actually, I don't think I ever did a competitive 5k. It was always 10k or above. Didn't always feel worth it. Toga. I know it's Togolese. I forgot the right demonym. Bear in mind, everyone that you're seeing has already been scouted. So, as in, we did the scouting first, and now we're just having a look through to see if there's any ones we can go for now. He could be a fun one to pick up, potentially, though. Unless he's, like, Ukraine tax. Unfortunately. Togon these nuts. The cap's real. Good question. Always worth a look. Caps is Lithuania. Usually the first sign that they're real is if they're from the same confederation as you, right? Not always, but that's usually the biggest clue. Yep, there you go. If it's a random say Ukraine had played a random game there against Micronesia, we'd be like, that seems sus. Then a couple of Uzbeks, in fact, there's quite a little chunk of them with the fun names. Any other? Oh, Zambian. Yeah, Uzbekistan is an underrated. Oh, hang on. This guy at Platinum as well. This guy at Paxticor, Ilom Gulamov. These guys are the ones I'm happy to wait on. Although they're pretty alright. It seems like basically they just ran out of players and then went, we need to replenish the national team. Ignore all the virgins. Fine, let's look at the virgins. We've got Luke Marks. Big virgin Luke from Road Town. Yeah. That's one of the virgins. He's a British virgin. In fact, they're all British virgins. Oh, no, they're not. We've got Jordan Wilkin of the Rebels. One of the many virgins. He was from Scunthorpe, England. Didn't think we were going that direction there, but okay. He's from Scunthorpe. And now we've got Terry Woodward from One Caribbean. And now we've got... He's also from Road Town, not from Scunthorpe. And lastly, an American version who's Virginian and San Lucian. Sorry. St. Lucian. Kwame Reed. And he was born in Charlotte Amalie. That's just his mum. That's just his mum. I refuse to believe that isn't just his mum's name. What have we never seen before? Let's have a look. Holy. 75 shots is excessive. 14 XG. To be fair, you've doubled your XG over your performances there. That's what was the media opinion? This looks out of his depth international level. Oh, sorry, did I not show you? That was it, yeah. That button used to be a bit sticky sometimes. It doesn't actually click properly. A strong result, you might say. Yeah, Kwame Reed. That's true, Viva. Good point. Yeah, they're not a big fan of him, apparently. It would seem. That's given us some... Should we do a 20 is plenty on top as well, actually? Because why the fuck not, right? And then I can press continue. Who'd have thought it? 20 is plenty. What we got? If we get like a nice 50-odd players in there, that'll be all right. 38. That's fine too. We'll have this lot as well. Just means if it's under 50, it's much easier for me. So yeah, what 20 is plenty does basically is it filters every attribute and says it's 20, but then you only match like a certain amount of them until you get like a certain amount of players. So this one, around about 30 to 50 is what you're looking for. And then you can just get scout reports on them, and you sometimes find absolutely incredible players. FM Cakes! Thank you very much for the 7 months. An FM cake. I wonder what that would be made of. Plan to do a bit more baking this weekend since Pog's actually here. Not that it stopped me last weekend. Those blondies were absolute fire. What if there isn't any like players that have played a lot here? 100 appearances for Donald Mitchell. Oh, he plays for Celtic. God damn it. This guy here, though. And that's what I mean. Like, obviously, they still require property scouting, but yeah, we might as well. We're hitting all the scouting methods. If you've got any other ones that we've not tried, whack them in. I'll give it a go. Wow, that wage budget's come right down. I need to adjust that. Right, so that would be Malta hunting. 16 guys. Oh, there's the com guy. La Kala Kala. Is that the name of the team? What we got? Lots of Libyans. I really... Screenflow. I've seen that. That seems like it's more complicated than just doing some filters and stuff, though. Obviously, we scout them all. We're just going to look at them anyway, of course. So, the fact that Luke Bradshaw has played that many games came through at, well, Simbal. So, he's there. Simic I've already looked at. Kieran Patterson from Dingley. Why are you playing? I suppose because he had Northern Irish second nationality, didn't he? So he was born in Killy. Oh, sorry, apologies for my pronunciation. Killy? That's probably wrong. But yeah, Kieran Patterson came through at Dingley from the Dingles, and now he's at Institute. He's been committed. So there's Milovan Simic. He's not actually horrendous, you know. Probably never going to get near the Maltese national team, mostly because he's Montenegrin. But still, Felix Aziz from Crown FC. We see a lot of like Nigerian Maltese, Libyan Maltese, Tunisian Maltese, obviously because of the geographical connections. We've got Rami Kouiki. Sorry, Kouki. We've got Salim Al-Darat from Al-Coms. Did he come from us? No way. Oh, shit, he did. Actually, technically, he came from Hamrun. Wait a minute. Does that mean he was a part exchange, wasn't he? He's definitely a part exchange player. King Many, thank you for the raid. Yeah, he was a part exchange guy that we brought in from Hamrun and then apparently gave him to Melika, and then he just went, nah, fuck it. I'm going to go to Bokel Kotor. I guess the reason he's got Malta's second nationality is from when he was here, because he was already Montenegrin before. Values are basically the same, pretty much. Bear in mind, we haven't actually hit continue yet. Another one here. Oh, that's the same one. Maltese Brazilian. No, there was a Maltese Peruvian called Kevin Zamet who we picked up, but no Maltese Brazilians yet. Oh, he looks so promising on the outside. Spawn Montenegro. Oh, yeah, you're right. You must have done. Of course, yeah. We probably picked him specifically because he was Montenegrin as well. Because when we're looking for those part exchange players, we normally just pick the ones with the interesting nationalities. Torino? Good old Torino. Okay. We're coming to that. Abdullahi. Okay. Abdel Ferrari. 6 pace. You ain't no Ferrari, bud. Guy that... Hang on a minute. This guy could also be interesting. Raul Martin. Tordesillas. That's a Spanish club. Which means Spanish youth rating. Beautiful loan farm. Yes, that's what we do. If you can get really, really cheap 2-star, 4-star guys, get them. They're perfect loan farm fodder. Yeah, he was... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so he came for it Figura. Why is he there? God damn it, multi-youth rating. Why you disappoint me so much? Glenn Pace. Yeah, he's Torino through and through. Go on, be born somewhere cool. I bet he was born in, like, Birkirkara. Good job! You'll love to see it. Of course I watched English, yeah. But yes, I did, yeah. That Italy youth rating doing a bit of a business here. Glenn Pace. All right, Glenny boy.
Cooper,
please be at least half decent. Even if he's vaguely decent, we get him. Fast Eddie, thank you for the follow. He could be so fun. Jake Muscat of Chipstead. Good hair. That's about it. Bit of Needham Market of Antoine Vela. Yeah, he do be sounding Maltese. Sean Bayada. But more importantly, Sparta Prague. Right, what are we saying? And he's solely Malta as well. Clyde Malia. Ooh, Clyde. He's only 15 as well. Which means he might have seriously high potential. Because Sparta Prague, he'll have Czech youth rating. Born in St. Julian's. I actually don't know where St. Julian's is. Clyde Malia looks quite decent. Found start literally, Eddie, yeah. At this point, we're just looking for other Maltese players out there that happen to exist. It's worth checking in every couple of years. Another one here, actually. Charles Nwachukwu. It's reasonable. Yeah, I actually don't know where St. Julian's is. Maltese. Well, I know it's a Maltese town, but like, I'm not sure like whereabouts it is in terms of... Is there a St. Julian's team in here? They're not a team I'm super familiar with. St. Andrews, St. Venera, you're being unhelpful. St. George's. You're about as helpful as the Microsoft Word clip art, like paperclip now, chat. Jesus. Ah, dear. It could be Gosserton. I'm trying to think of the best way to get to Gosserton. St. Lawrence. Don't know. This is why we need a resident multi. If only Matt was here, he'd tell us. Sign another club in. Would you like some help? No, I wouldn't. Myanmar. We didn't actually see any Myanmar players in there, weirdly. Normally we do. So, 154th in the world. On the climb a little bit, it would seem. I can't imagine they've done a lot lately, other than lose to Malaysia and lose. They did beat East Timor. Wait. For some reason in my head, they've always been called Timor-Leste. Or Andrea. Andrea would know. Yep. Go back to stories. Yes. I'd like to. Because as much as I enjoyed going to Malta and watching the Sirens game, my entire trip was essentially Melita. Oh, no way. Good for them. A lot of that trip was sort of planned around the fact that we were going to the football, and I think it gave us a little bit less time to explore as tourists, and I wish I could have done that a bit more, because Malta is fucking beautiful. So I'd love to go back again, yeah, for a bit longer. I've got a few plans that I kind of want to do. Like, I want to go to Vienna with the guys later in the summer for a day, because it's one of the other day trips that we're actually able to do. I want to go to Madeira with Pog as well. Mainly because I want to go to see the old Unial ground. And also because Madeira is fucking beautiful. And I want to go back to Tromsø as well. So that would be quite a fun thing to do too. I'm always here. And how is it, Matt? We were wondering where St. Julian was. Works against you. Oh, God, yeah. Wasn't the best. I mean, don't get me wrong. I had a fantastic time in Malta. It was so fun. Other than driving on the Friday night. That was the least fun I had when I was there, was driving in Malta on the Friday night. Getting into the rental car that I'd never driven before and then being thrown straight into rush hour, if you like, traffic in Valletta was an absolute nightmare. But after that, it was absolutely fine because I stayed out of the city. Right, I'm going to do it. He's going to do it. I'm going to push it. Push it real good. East Coast. Okay. Stepping like in it. Or am I? Maybe I'll just push this button instead if I could find it, but apparently I don't have it readily to hand. Here you go. Yeah, that's right. You've been suckered. I didn't even press continue. I'm going to do it now, though. Oh, now we're doing the autosave. Drive Malta. They drive on the left. So that was easy. It was just the road rules. Still got 87. Eric. Words. Emmett's not in this save at all. He was never in this save because Emmett was from the treaty save. Right. Oh, God. I forgot about all of this. Right. First one's in. Although it looks like that. Oh, the Botswana dude's actually going to join us. Love that. Oh, the video. Yes, I do. Sorry, yeah, we... yeah, I do. I'm not sure why the lights still work with this one and they don't with any of the other ones. So I don't even have Schumacher running. Yeah, roundabouts was an absolute nightmare because it's not a case of you give way to the right, you just kind of force yourself into the middle of traffic. That was my experience with it. Once I got used to that, it was okay, but we didn't know where we were going. The car didn't have anywhere to put a phone so that you could, like, use the sat-nav, so I had Pog had to have it in a lap. It was stressful, man. Particularly as parking in St. Paul's Bay is absolutely hideous. Footage of an evening rush hour Valletta. Yeah. Oh, no. The race implies there was any speed involved. It was just really small... What? Paul, I admire it. Do you know what? Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna do it. I rate it. Why would he think that? I do respect it. Now he's gonna kick off and we can't register. Oh my god, he actually wouldn't even take the... Hey, if you don't ask, you don't get, right? Paul's just lulled me to a 15% wage rise as well. See, Paul, that's how you endear yourself to chat. You screw me over. Go back to the Outer Islands, I guess. I've been pulled. Oh, this was the Iraqi left back, wasn't it? 600. Yeah, that's beautiful. Perfection. Mainland Italy to Messina on a slackline. Really? That's dope. I love that people just go, yeah, I'm gonna do that shit. I could never. Literally, my brain would not let me. I've been following this guy on TikTok that's cycling from, like, London to Australia. Just like, who gets someone in the morning and goes, yeah, I'm gonna do that? Like, what? I can barely get myself out of the house to go for a run. I can barely put enough tasks together to focus long enough to do my work on a normal day. Now, this is the guy from the Palestinian club, isn't it? It's another... Because he's a squad player as well, he's also going to reject this, isn't he? Yeah, fuck it. You've earned it. He's obviously seen what Paul did. I might accept that loan back, actually, for the time being. Ah, Polish dude. Yeah, the world rep thing is definitely a factor. Wow. That's... This is the sort of negotiations that you would have, generally speaking, with a player who is really, really good. Now, we might be about to get absolutely rocked by this, but I still feel like... Wow. Okay, you've just given up a lot of money there. Wait, really? You would... Sorry? They rejected the bid. Huh? How can you reject a bid of 0 when there's... Are they looking... Oh my god. Maybe it could have been that I might have accidentally tried to trial him. Yeah, look, it's fine now. It must have been an accidental trial. It must have been that I had him selected when I was trying to find all those Brazilian players to trial, because we've still got that stuff to do. Oh, he's only 16, yeah. So knowing that you can't put the loan contract thing in there, so that it just triggers when they become 17. But, no, you can't have him back. Right, so these guys are going to be the trialies. We might be able to get some more free Brazilians up front here. Just to, any fun names already? Jar Jar. Hey, there you go. And Il Senior. I feel like we've every one of these players we've already had. Pedro Paulo. Perfect. Gomez. Brenner. Yep. Gabriel Henrique. Just Jean. Eder. And then Gugu. Gustavo de Souza Ribeiro, otherwise known as Gugu. Big fan of that. If we could just sign Gaga, that would be brilliant. We've got Dudu and Gugu. I do want to find a guy called Gaga. On the fence about signing him. Okay. Twice your highest earner. Okay, let's see. So, wow, he's expensive as it is. Oh, that's per annum. Right. It's hard to know because I don't know who you're managing and what situation you're in. But he seems like a fabulous footballer. But you obviously don't want to... Though he does have quite low consistency considering he's 21. But he's still a fabulous footballer. Although, admittedly, I'm worried about his professionalism as well because he's got unsporting personality with outspoken, volatile, and confrontational. I think outspoken indicates high professionality. Something, maybe? But I'm unsure. Yeah, work rate isn't great. I guess it's not integral for that. On a free, yeah, but if it's going to break your wage structure as well, that's what you've got to think about. Right, you're crap. If they're not immediately even vaguely decent. If they've got anything in that 3rd star, I'll just sign them. But I have a horrible feeling. It feels like a lot of the good ones seem to bubble towards the top of these lists. Milton Juffo as well. How did I sneak through that name and not realise it? Oh, Rodrigo, you were so close, but unfortunately, no. She's back to Brazil with you. Ah, João. Speaking of João's, Polini is gone. Sad day. As long as we actually replace him or do anything, that would be fantastic. The problem is that now everyone knows we've got money. So I expect us will end up with a really poor set of signings, knowing us. Yeah, we are quite decent, but sometimes usually that first report, it might just be that we're getting more information up front on these guys, and as a result, it's hard to even get anything in that 3rd star. Hey, Fonseca. Yeah, I think most of these guys are going to be misses. What makes a good trialist? Nothing in particular. I'm just looking for anyone with any kind of potential in that 3rd star, pretty much. These are just random Brazilians that we'd end up signing anyway, so... good hair, not good player. I think it's a bit more than that. But either way, it still feels like too little money for what is probably one of the best players I've ever seen at Fulham. Probably the last player for me that stands out in the same way would have been Moussa Dembele. Both midfielders as well. Yeah, I'm terminating because they've only just joined, but I was just like skipping the scouting process. I mean, as it happens, we're getting scout reports on them anyway, but that was what it was. I just brought them in to have a little look, just in case anyone did stand out, and it saves us having to wait for a scout report to come through, basically. But we need to actually look to sign somebody, basically. Yeah, Forrest, what was it? A 6'8" goalkeeper was what Bagpas said. Very pleased with the number of games he's getting. Bruv, if I get even the whiff of a set of me bidding you up to like 50 million, you're out of here. Big meaty men, always important. So it's actually only Juan Julian Palacio that I need to promise to get to the latter stages. And he's going to play less this year. Polina, yes. I mean, the fact that he gave us, another year, I'm actually happy with that. Hey, we're paying for their plane ticket. They can have a nice little time at St. Paul's Bay. It's not my fault they're bad. God, look at these bids, man. I was hoping it would get a little bit better this season, but it's going to be really difficult. As long as next year there's some kind of growth, it'll be okay. Cine Castera, keen to discuss future. That is so perfect. Joe Fafana, that's rubbish. Desire for a new challenge. Paul, why would you ever leave the bosom that feeds you? Yeah, he went to Bayern, I believe. In fact, not believe it. Yeah, he's gone to Bayern. Yeah, we're going to get 2 Pauls. We got Paul Cine Castera and Paul. Let's ask Andrew to go and have a little word. I don't know if this is going to work. We thought, oh, well, I mean, heart says England, head says Spain, basically. It's pretty much as simple as that. It'd be weird if I didn't say England just because, I want them to win. I know it's not the same as thinking they'll win, but, if you don't believe why you're watching football, right? Paul is threatening him. I can understand that. He's feeling the Paul pressure. Social group. Paul! We go to the bar every night. Reasonable bid. What's the reason? Let me guess. 0. Oh. Nobody's paying 200 grand for Paul. That's just... Literally, that's the amount I just said, Paul. Oh, dear. I think that'll be okay. If someone gives me £300,000 for Paul Cine Castera, I'm going to regret this so bad, aren't I? Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is annoy him, so that's all right. He wanted the final word. He literally did, didn't he? Paul, wait, does he not? He doesn't even join us for another year, so that's fine. It's not our problem yet. Right, Guzek. This is the one that either we're going to look like geniuses or we're going to look like idiots, but like idiot savants. So let's go. All Banfield. Nice. Probably should have a look at that as well. Wow. I think this is all stored reports from before. Down for the... Oh, yeah. Second one's way more fun. Because there's actually a lot of players to look through here. Wait. Why am I being notified? Hang on. Are all of these players just being rescouted anyway? Show me players that... Why is it showing me all those? What I'm going to do is just send them around again. That way... That just kind of gets that report cleared out of the way, because otherwise we'll be there all day trying to go through that. Yeah, no, if they bring that first half performance... The thing is, though, the reason that first half performance was as good as it was is because of the amount of space the Dutch gave us. I don't think Spain would do that. Euro pounds. I think pounds, I assume, right? Because SI are an English company, it would make sense that it would be coded in pounds, right? So potential's not there. What about the rest of him? Do you know what? That's totally fine. He's super good. Casper, thank you for the 23 months. But yeah, exactly. The attributes absolutely save him. He's one of these guys that he may not have the speed. He's not a perfect tent-poley player, but he's very much gonna... He's got another cap already now. He's gonna be a solid player without a shadow of a doubt. Physicals are solid, if not spectacular. Does have good natural fitness though. Low consistency, but he's 18. Injury prone worries me slightly. I think he was still worth it. Particularly if we can find him alone. Shocker. Imagine that. A takeover falling through. Who'd have thunk it? As I live and breathe. I think the potential might be lying a little bit. If anything, those are the types of players that tend to have the lying potential. The ones that look like that. Speaking of other players, although this one's really low risk. As is he, actually. Again, 18 jumping reach, 6'4". Really nice defensive temp poles. 20 teamwork, 16 work rate. He's actually really cool. Not the fastest. He does lack this. But he is... I can't believe he was free. Best of the Euros. Yeah, it's certainly up there. The goal... One of the goals that Romania scored against Ukraine in one of the first few matches was also an absolute banger. There's been some really good goals. That Shaqiri one as well. Oh, he'll be such a sensational loan farmer. That's great news. Probably need to do another offer out in a minute. Oh, another one. He won't sign for us for a while, will he? Oh, she will. Oh, he's 18. I thought he was 16. Bellingham's overhead kick is a very good goal. Yeah, we're getting a lot of these types of guys. And again, he's absolutely fine. And for 130 grand, I mean, he's an absolute no-brainer. I haven't... I'm trying to think if I've seen the Goulet one. I'm certain I have. So we're getting Michael Jim. These guys are obviously not useful. These are just memes. Michael Jim is in. And that is it. It was his tackling. I believe it was 15 tackling as well. And he had really good mentals for his defensive side of things as well. So he had like, I think it was what? I think it was 15 bravery or regression or something. He looks really good. Oh, Dan Strong's just signed a 2-year deal with Chelsea as well. So he's definitely going to be around for the next Patreon recap, I would think. Boca now. Okay, there's going to be some good players in these reports soon as well. Teleres. Okay, since nobody's getting any bids on them based on the dev listing, now would probably be a good time to offer out some more of the players for loan. Just make sure we don't get rid of the ones that are leaving in a bit. Try to arrange some loans for these guys before the other batch comes back. Oh yeah, Mike, Spurs all over. Oh wait, what have I done here? Which one of you is not eligible for this for some reason? Hang on. Taboni. Which, oh, he's out of contract. Right, yep. Thank you. There's always something. It would be cool if there were just a few more filters available on screens like this. That'd be damn useful. Must have just clicked a little bit too far. Don't know why Pereira's even still on this list, honestly. Because every time I do this, he just gets bids from, well, you know who, you know. It's like Bayern are like, oh, we'll take him on loan. It's like, will you now? Imagine. Always ready? Yeah, we definitely got to, in like a week or two, have a little look at that. We just get past that for now. The new Sol Campbell. I'm sure he'd be pleased with that. Oh, hello. Gains. We finally moved above Turkey. In fact, no, we haven't. We've moved above... Sweden? Are you okay? Sweden just went from 9th to 16th in a single season. Which is weird, because Sweden have been quite good for a while. Fun fit again. Well, you'd think so, yeah. 16th! Yeah. Good. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Sweden there, but they've just been overtaken by everyone, including Norway, which they'll definitely not like. Started, 50-something, I believe. In terms of reputation, because it was below a lot of second tiers as well. We was down in the 50s or 60s, I think. We actually, unfortunately, can't see, but it was very, very low. Obviously, the coefficient starts a bit higher, but not by much. It was like 42nd. So, yeah, we go above Turkey now. That could help. What do you think? It's there. Number 9. So now we've got to catch up with Denmark. It could be that. Although, I feel like the reason that they did the most games, though, was... yes, we did Fonseca, yeah. Zamet's now homegrown. Is this... Oh, no, it's Christian Zamet. There's so many Zamets. You lose track of them all, right? Okay. I don't know if I can actually... I don't think I'm even allowed to schedule friendlies yet, right? It's still too early in the window. I mean, I will do, but then obviously when it lets me put some more in, I will. Oh, I also made us do a training camp in Uruguay. Because reasons. They gave me the option of a training camp in Uruguay. Why on earth would I say no? First up, it's pirate noises, obviously. Small reputation teams, foreigner. Excellent. These Canadians aren't going to know what hit them. Stick that in your maple syrup. Very small reputation teams, foreign. What we got here? We've got... Canadian Soccer Club. Yes, the very same. Wow, that's a lot of income that we're losing out on that one. But that's okay, because we're playing in Uruguay. What else we got here? We've got Liverpool, but not that one, or the other one. 85th place. Okay, so it's even lower than I thought. It's because there's so many second tiers in there as well that it's... Yeah. I guess because you've got to pay their fee, right? Just because we're the home team. Well, I suppose... I guess because we're getting a team from Canada, I guess. Particularly as we're in Uruguay. Mar de Fondo? Sure, why not? Affiliated clubs? Yeah, let's bring Dingley with us. We're going to bring Dingley to Uruguay. Imagine if Dingley agreed to that. I'd be so on board. We'll play against Pissip. And naturally, it wouldn't be a pre-season if we didn't play against the local shop, Nisa. Yeah. Is Uruguayan? Well, I mean, that's just... You're just crushing my dreams today, aren't you? I didn't sign up for this. Also, hello. Fucking hell. Ah, it's lovely to see you, Jasale. I hope you're well. And I hope you stay well. Until the next time. Bienvenue. That's not what bienvenue means, is it? Alonzi. Mihat Burai Petrascu. When next stream? That will be Sunday. Sunday morning. Yeah, he's fun. He's like a worse version of the other guy we've got. Badge the Canadian. So they're not exactly creative either, is what we're saying. Let's see if he's. Provided he's not like super expensive. Oh, 400k, definitely. It's nice to finally get some good Romanians back. We really had a bit of a. Oh, imagine if he was good. We'd literally could have a player called The Hotel, or we could just call him Paris. There's so many options. What is his name? Hilton Torres Alves. £11 million release clause. Hilton, sorry, you're too rich for my blood. I can't afford to stay in your hotel. What else we got in here? Julian Letessier is a cool name. But damn. Said to ourselves, what was possible, yeah. Oh, it's Man City. Another guy at Trenchin. Solid, actually. Definitely worth a shortlist on him. You say cheap, but how cheap is cheap? Bear in mind, cheap for us and cheap for other people are very different at this point. One season in Paris. There you go. I've seen one that's not. I don't know, actually. Didn't you rejected it? No, you bastards. 65. Oh, that actually was cheap. Fair enough, then, yeah. I mean, weirdly, wages are not. I'm not so concerned about. It's just the overall transfer fees. Because wages come out slowly over time. There we go. Surname Aishag is part of the name of Sudan. A man called Aishag scored the World Cup. Just things you love to see. I can't think of anything I'd love to see more. Finally. It is weird, though, that I can schedule these friendlies, but at a certain point it sort of ticks over, and then I'm able to schedule more friendlies sooner. And I don't really know why. Because we are as far... Oh, no, we're not into the next season yet, are we? Maybe we'll see some value boost into the next year. I don't know. I just hope to see a little bit of a bump, because it's so annoying getting, like, £1 million bids for... Oh, hello. Veta to Tarshin or Goodyear. That actually doesn't bode well, because it implies that there's going to be no good bids for everybody else. Oh, Melita in for Galassi. Love it. Hammered for Panares. Now... I do warn you, Hamron, that could work out poorly for you if he kills a guy again. So do it at your own risk. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, perfect place to commit crimes, Hamron, right? Anyone from Rodriguez? That would be good. Melita for Guzek. Oh, Przemysław. Do you know what, Melita? That would be really good for. I think he could kill it in the second tier. No offers for 32. Well, we got a couple of offers there, I suppose. It's not the end of the world. I'm just going to reverse the scouting screen back over to our team report ones. Yeah, they will need other players around. Because he will be getting, like, Marty McSorley level suspension. So, at least he hasn't got a stick to hit someone with, I suppose. Right, so, team report new. That's the new one, isn't it? Nope. Or is it? Yes, it is. Cool. Just wanted to make sure I had this set up so we didn't miss anyone. Because we were scouting a lot of cool... South American clubs in that last batch, and I wanted to... Oh, fuck me. Fiona! Lucas Marini. Injured, worth a scout. Probably a bit out of a price range at the moment, but that's why I want to make sure... That's why I'm so glad that we've got it set to 23 now, because of guys like that, right? Ultramoob! Thank you very much for the follow. Hi, director second. It's getting there. Let's have a little look. It's a new second... Oh, you're not my level, man. That's what I do. I drop them and I leave without explanation. I refuse to elaborate. Let's see. What am I looking at? The screen. Right, cool. We move. So, they've actually maintained that level. So, yeah, they're about the same level as... What's that? The third tier? It's not good. Like, that's really weird, Ballbag. Have you tried turning them... Literally, have you tried turning them off and then on again? I know that sounds dumb, but sometimes that actually can happen. Hello, Babsphere. How's it going, man? God, it is the afternoon already, isn't it? I swear these transfer streams fucking fly by. I'm sat here going, oh, we must be coming up to an hour in here. It's like, well, we've been live for 2 hours, Matt. Right, so we're going to say no to Gert. Also, weird thing, I've noticed, and I only noticed this when I was doing the little test with the tactic when I went back and I had to do January again, that by not stalling the bids and just ignoring them instead, which does the same thing but without actually acknowledging the stall, I feel like the players get less upset when you then reject them. It's a weird theory, I realise, but I noticed way less players were kicking off when I was doing that. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I just wanted to get through it quicker. But big transfers. We haven't actually signed. Well, actually, have we? I mean, we've signed a couple. There was a few. Wait, is that the wrong season? No, we are still technically in this season, aren't we? The biggest one for me is Pineda. I think he's spectacular. He's going to be so much fun. Through the store, maybe so. And Paul Holub. Holub that's Mr. Andrew Pigeon. He was the guy we got from Trenchin. Oh. He looks better than that. I'm not saying he's amazing, but he looks better than that suggests. That, I imagine, was not amazing for you, Babspit. Yes, we don't reject, we just go with that. Gold Cup. Anyone fun? How is Menyevar looking out on loan at Goodger these days? Yeah, he's a fun-ass player, man. He's really good. I'm actually excited that Goodger have someone like him this year. Paul obviously called up for Haiti, couple for Mexico, couple for Curacao as well. Bit of Suriname, Oscar, of course, getting in there too, and Mr. Pistol, of course. Can't forget Johnny Turam Pistol, his actual name. We would never nickname a player on this safe. We would never be caught doing such treachery. Let's see what's next. So now, basically what I've noticed is that when you don't stall them, it feels like it's more likely to change from saying something like unsettled to something more like this. But we'll try it. Because I'm still obviously happy to upset some players when we need to, but I want to make sure we get the right player upset first, because you know how it goes. Right, so Burai Patrascu is in. I don't mind that. It's only 16. It's going to be a while before he does anything, but for 16, he's got very good attributes. Lillian Childs-Cutter. Maybe. He could well be. So Galassi's rejected Melita. That's disappointing. Hopefully the other guy doesn't reject Melita. Oh, Bubba. Okay. Bro actually has 5-star potential. And he's actually worth... The lesser spotted of the last year and a half, anyway. Player that's actually worth more when they sign for us still. I love that he's nearly worth as much as Padilla. Like, in what world does that make any sense? That was a great decision. Also, once again, proving that the recruitment focuses can still work. Just not that often. Roundskeeper. Yeah, I feel like he's... We'll leave him as he is for now. See, might be a little test for us. He's a very... Does he have a competitive streak? No, that's good, actually, because those things like aggression and brave... Like, aggression is really, really good to have, as long as it doesn't come with a competitive streak. We will see. Guzak is going. Wow. So, hang on. The other guy who is much worse turned down Melita, but Przemysław Guzak was like, nah, I'm in. I appreciate that. So, Melita's... That's good, actually, for us. I like getting them in... An immediate loan is always a good thing. Happy promise. Kept. Good stuff. Right, now we can have a look at the scout report. I didn't want it to build up too much just in case it overflowed, but now that's more like it. Right, okay. There we go. Get rid of the scrubs at the bottom. Anyone in here I was particularly interested in? Some Brazilians, actually. No, I think most of these guys were just relatively poor players. Yes, he did. Almost. Yeah, in fact, you see the fact that it says that. I try to put it in every single one of them if I remember, but obviously I don't always remember. Some good players there, potentially. Wow, is that it? Wello. Hang on, who was that? He's not bad. The Cuban dude's not that bad either. Oh, well. I say that. Porto increase the amount of staff you can have. Basically, I think if you check once a month, you should be okay, but I've kind of given up asking at this point. I think we're going to have to get a new board for anything like that to even happen. Terrible agility. Ah, shit, did he? Oh, fuck, he did. Does have really good balance, though. Might make up for a little bit. Pro W, Dino, though, thank you very much for the 10 months. How the devil are you, friend, on this lovely Thursday? I do feel like he might be a player that's worth picking up anyway at some point, because he looks like he's got reasonably good... Considering how... I mean, it's hard to tell, right? He's only 16. He looks all right. Except Mimosa's guy, maybe not quite so much. Though it's a goalkeeper, so it's hard to tell. Do you know what? He looks better than the stars. We'll definitely keep scouting him. Get an idea properly. Those guys as well. And Lord Richard with the 100 bits. Beckham pointing. Is he still there?
A meme signing? May I suggest Beckham pointing?
I mean, obviously, no, we can't afford a meme signing unless they're literally free. then it's fine. But yeah, no way in hell. £3.9 million, and they would want all of that money. We can't afford anything. We can't even afford that on a signing we want, let alone what we don't want, right? Was that? Oh, did Biro come through? Is he still here, or did I already acknowledge him? Bexon's still at Midtjylland. Right, let's just try and figure this. Let's just look at Biro. I love that name, Biro. It wouldn't be difficult to get him to sign for us, at least. Now, what's his actual name? Portuguese speakers. How did we get to Biro from Haniel Santana? Also, big fan of Haniel as a name. Sensational. Haniel Santana is Biro. Fountain, of course. With your handles, I suppose. Right. Okay. Well, that is something we now know of. You're way too expensive. You're way too expensive. You're also... I'm just going to get rid of you. You're so expensive. You are also very expensive, as are you. I mean, the guy at Shakhtar, I feel like is the kind of player that actually we probably will end up signing one day if we can get some money back together again and be able to play. Means referee... Oh, okay. I suspect that this one is more likely to be using the Portuguese translation on account of him being Brazilian, but still. I will keep him shortlisted, actually. Huidal. Doesn't that mean like tall something? Huidal's very good as well. Like, he is very good. Particularly for 18, but the price would be way too much for us at this point. That's the issue. Oh, Jesus Christ, that goalkeeper. It's 24, but certainly worth a look. A+ is a rarity for us. Hello, Culture Left Foot. Work for my loan farm. So they still have to be interested in the player for the most part, although sometimes we have been able to batch multiple players. You can only do as many as 3. I find that you can add more, but I find that they always reject it. Generally speaking, I only use it on individual players now. We rarely ever get a bundle of more than one. The first time we did it, for some reason, we were able to bundle loads, and it's never really worked in the same way. But generally speaking, the club does still have to have an interest in the player for the most part. That's the reason it probably doesn't work a lot of the time. So if there's a wanted symbol on them from that club, it works. Or even if there was recently a wanted symbol, I find. It doesn't have to be present now, but if you recently saw one, I find that it still seems to work. And sometimes it will just randomly work as well, and I have no explanation as to why. We've never really been able to figure out the exact mechanic behind it. The Scout Report's together a list. So that would be... If you go into Scout Report, into the Scouting Centre like this, and then go to... I think if you go into here... and send everything to the Scout Report here, not to your inbox. So basically, if you have this ticked on stuff, it will send them to your inbox as an individual report, and I know how annoying that can be, basically. So yeah, if you make sure that everything is ticked on this one, except for this, because that's just me messing around with stuff. The reason that one's slightly different is because I've got so advanced filters set up as well to block certain stuff. I think what they meant, Paul, is that they were actually getting individual reports for each one. If you were just getting, like, this, then you just hit list at the top and it'll change it, but I think that's what they meant. Maybe not. Either way, you're covered on both sides, right? So, Errol Sally, he's too expensive. I like this guy as well. 20 determination, driven personality, but they're just out of our price range at the current time, but we will shortlist him as well. Pablo of Girona, he's phenomenal. He's so good. Like, if we were in a normal season where we actually could afford to spend this kind of money, I would spend that money on it. I'd spend £21 million on it. He is unbelievably good. Very diminutive, but he's only 20 years old and he's this good, and he seems to have room to grow as well. He's probably, like, going to be an absolute monster. How many reports in email? Can you really? Oh, yes. There's, like, to do with the report frequency. So you can do, where is it here? Wait, that's what it used to be. I swear there used to be a thing that would tell you... You're right, yeah. Where's that gone? Maybe that's not there anymore. Because I swear there used to be a thing where you could set the frequency by number of reports and not the time, right? You could have it so that every 50 reports it brought you one. But I have it set to 1 week during the transfer window, so that way it doesn't overflow. And then outside the transfer windows, it's 3 weeks, because that's not too bad. We just have to deal with it over and over and over. But during a transfer window where we're doing more scouting, I don't want it to... If it comes through with 100, I know something's balked, because it means that we'll have lost some players from the scout report, which is unfortunately... You absolutely used to be able to do it, because I used to have it set to 50 all the time. Oh, it's a pain in the arse, isn't it, Charlman? Because it just floods your inbox with shit you don't want to see. It's very frustrating. Right. Pablo, I love him, but unfortunately not. Fulvio, one day, maybe. Come back for you in a minute. You're way too expensive and would want 75 grand a week. You're also... Actually, not that expensive, but the wages are obscene. Seb Vassell, same kind of story. You I really like, but I feel like the time to get you might have already passed. I feel like I already signed you, but in fact, it's just a different guy with the same name. Turns out. Hey, look, it's Mexico Monterrey. Save him as well. Gasanov. Oh, too expensive. Too expensive. Not that expensive, but still too expensive. All of these guys are just too expensive. Basically. And now they're just getting worse and more expensive. How's Bengtson getting these days? Consider 32 games. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, half the time I'd consider 5 games unbeaten an improvement. I feel like he's not really playing that much. Like, he's got a decent record, but he's still only 21. I don't know why I was unsure about this guy. It was the wages, wasn't it? Still wants 40 grand a week. There might come a time where Bengtson has actually a reasonable signing for us, but I just don't think it's now. It certainly isn't now, but... what about you? No, too expensive, too expensive. Very expensive, holy shit. Much cheaper. And a goalkeeper, but you're 23. Wow. Yeah, so for the main shortlist, I have it ticked to keep them scouted. That way we stay up to date with those players, which sometimes admittedly is a pain, because it means that if I've got loads of players on there, it floods our scout reports with guys that are already shortlisted. How would you start a career in the Irish League? You would load up the game, go to the league selection, select the Irish League, and begin the career. There isn't really anything you have to do. It's part of the vanilla database, which is a beautiful thing. If you mean the Republic of Ireland. In fact, they're both in the vanilla game, aren't they? Both the Northern Irish and Irish leagues are in the game by default, they're not. That's the thing that was always put me off of Bengtson. He was never wanted by anyone outside of us and occasionally a random Saudi club, which also didn't buy him. But his attributes do look very good. The fact is, I would have pulled the trigger on him before, were he not to have asked for as much money as he did. First thing you would do, sorry, that's why I was confused, because the first thing I would do wouldn't change depending on what league I'm managing for the most part. The first thing I would do, it depends entirely on the team you're managing, right? Because if you're managing Dundalk, it's going to be a different mindset to say you're managing Kerry, who are one of the worst teams in the country. No offense, Kerry fans. Maybe they're doing better this year, I don't know. Wexford. That's what Wexford youth, so that's what second tier, isn't it? Fact is, with Ireland, the first thing you want to do is sort of focus on free transfers and loans. Free transfers, loans. That's your bread and butter in the early stages of anyone like that. Get as many good free transfers as you can. Get those loans. And it depends on the goals for the same as well. There's not really a one-size-fits-all answer. Yeah, I think you're right, Dan. Which is actually not a bad player at all, but I wouldn't want to have to pay £11 million and 50 grand a week for the privilege for a 140 guy, you know? I would be willing to bet that all of our strikers are in that sort of range already, if not higher. Although I'm really struggling to place this. The fact that it says world class suggests they have to be in like the 150s plus, right? Surely, if not higher on some of them, like Reynoso. I feel like he's got to be at least 160 by now, which is insane considering how young he is. It's really hard to get a reference point, because every time I think, like, oh, this guy's going to be like 190, and then I see those guys at Real Madrid, like Guerrero and Granella, and I'm like, no, that's what like high 190s looks like, surely. Now, to be fair, you could have high PA and not actually look like the best player because of the way the attributes are distributed. I've seen some players in the past that have had like insanely high PA and don't look even that good because it's really weirdly split. And then you'll have a guy that looks amazing, but it's because he's like hyper specified for his role when he in fact might only have like 168 or something. Yeah. Unless one of the super high PA. Yeah, absolutely. I'll show you. Let me just get running the scout report and I'll do exactly that. I feel like the rest of these guys are kind of much of a muchness, really. They're very mid. Although I do want to quickly look at these two. There's your Mexico Monterrey. Good God, he's not even that bad. He's just really expensive. And this is the goalkeeper, Björk Sultan. Likes big matches. Wanted by Alweda. How does he only have 10 Norway caps? I just want to compare him to Gutierrez. I feel like Gutierrez is better. But the thing that worries me is the lack of... Oh my God. Wait a second. Aerial reach, better. Command of area, the same. Communication, slightly lower, but not the end of the world. First touch, better. Handling, the same. Kicking, 1 worse, who cares? One-on-ones, 1 worse, who cares? Passing, 1 worse, who cares? Reflex is better. Rushing out tendency, slightly worse. Throwing, the same, who cares? Anticipation, ever so slightly worse. Aggression is much lower, but I'm not sure that really matters too much. Composure, the same. And concentration, nearly the same. Decisions, a little bit worse. Positioning, slightly worse. Vision, slightly worse. 6'2" as well. And the most important thing for me, and I think part of the reason it's been costing us randomly in Champions League games, is this. Gutierrez doesn't like big matches. And in Europe, I think that matters so much. I feel like you can get through by carrying a guy or two on your team that don't like big matches if the rest of the team do, which they do. But as a goalkeeper, I feel like it matters. Yeah, no, but the thing is, better and better, there's a huge difference here because the problem is, the way that the doesn't like big matches thing is you're essentially going to get like a CA hit when the player is playing in matches, and it's going to be worse for the more important that the game is. And he may well be better narrowly, but if that hit happens, which it does very often, it seems, in Europe, he's going to make him worse. Whereas it feels like he is less likely to. And I think, right, his mentals will catch up. I think this might be the time. We're not going to sell Gutierrez or anything like that because he's, like, he'll have to just sort of get rotation time for the time being until we can actually sell him for a reasonable price because we turned down 100 million before. Yes, I think area reach is quite important. Command of area as well, I really like too. I think we do get him. Latcherack I still think is the future, but he's not there yet. He's just simply not ready. I think this guy's phenomenal. How did we never find him before? Latcherack. Yeah, so where Latcherack, I mean, it's just not even a conversation, is it really? Latcherack is not there yet, but he is only 21 years old, and he's playing regularly. Signs of value recovering yet? Nothing yet. No. I think we go for him. Wages are reasonable. Strengthen the team with the defense. That is right there is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever seen a player request. Strengthen the defense. Have you seen our defense? It's probably we probably have, of like the top 10 best defenders in Europe, we probably have like 4 or 5 of them. That's actually wild that he would demand that. Now, it would be fine, because I'll just take it out, but that is funny as hell. It's going okay, Dan. We should get some more centre-backs. All I've done is sign centre-backs, it feels like. But I just feel like, you notice in a lot of those Champions League games that we played poorly, our goalkeeper was just dropping 6.4, 6.2s, and I wonder if part of the reason is because of that doesn't like big matches. And it's way more noticeable on a goalkeeper because they have a sort of unique role. Lack of FM burnout. I'm just enjoying the save, honestly, Dan. Like, legitimately, Liverpool make Valmir offer. That's, well, 6 million. That's a bit higher than normal, I guess. Pinaris has rejected the loan. You bastard. Mistakes too. True, but those mistakes are from players with high consistency and that like big matches. So, dominate some games that lose to bad teams because RNG is a thing. Unfortunately, values did not bounce back. No. God, the goal in the say, oh yeah, if this was, I mean, in fact, we haven't even won a Champions League yet, right? It's that quest alone. Oh, hang on. So now we're into the new year. I wonder if we now will see some slight changes to the semi-final?
So
what part of what you saw made you think that that was a thing that was going to happen? Haskins, thank you very much for the follow. That's hilarious. No multi-sites of one competitions. Let's see what they're going to offer us. Wow, available wage from my loan manager. Bear in mind, we've been to the semi-finals twice in this save. Once we reached the final and once we got to the semis. That's it. And they're expecting us to get there. It's like, what reason would you have to believe that we would get there? I mean, I think we actually can, but that's really, really high. Do we not even have a look? I'm going to just say yes, because otherwise they'll just kick off at me anyway, but that is hilarious. Why have you terminated the link? Ryan, what are you doing? Oh, at least we can get a new one, I guess. It's the recruit foreign youngsters one, isn't it? No, wait. Yeah, it's that one, isn't it? So why did you just cancel the one that we had then, Ryan? If you think it's such a great fucking idea, why did you just cancel it? Okay. I don't think this is going to be any different to last time we looked, but we'll see. So what we need here, if anything, it looks worse. It'd be funny if we just get Dan back again, yeah. So we want high youth rating nation. Cordoba is probably the one. Has to be high youth rating nation. Their academy rating isn't that great. Not that really matters that much. Is there a better Spanish side in there? Like a... Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me just see if there's any higher... This just feels this feel worse. Tell you what, Stabæk might be quite good as well, actually. Because Norway's youth rating is pretty solid, isn't it? And to have an academy rating like that with Stabæk would be pretty tasty. Now I'm unsure. MTK would be funny as fuck. Unfortunately, they're just not there on the... Not that matters that much, but unfortunately, the youth rating in Hungary is not amazing. It's better than what we've got, of course, but... Grotta. Do you consider me of subpar intelligence? Icelandic club, Breidablik, these guys. I believe it's pronounced Breidablik, but I could be wrong. Icelanders, help me out here. Where's Ragnar when you need him? I don't know where it ranks, but I feel like Stabæk's probably the one. Like, normally we'd just go for straight out whoever has the highest youth rating, but I feel like the additional elements that Stabæk bring along with having a decent youth rating are probably enough to work with. Not that it matters. Like, we ain't going to get anyone good in our youth tanks. Youth tanks? Youth intakes anyway. Oh, speaking of youth players, okay, you've been promoted. Enjoy. Probably about to get released. The Scottish clubs on offer. What is Scotland's youth rating? Because usually, I mean, especially at Celtic and Rangers, and weirdly Queen of the South, you get some absolute banging players. Wow, 116k in TV money. Don't spend it all at once, chat. How are the finances looking here? Also, it's just occurred to me, I never actually bid on the Norwegian goalkeeper. I just asked his agent. I think this is one of those decisions that is, and he's highly adaptable, professional. We'll have to structure this. This is never going to work. And that's why they want more money in it, but 6.5. Okay, so they want basically £9 million. If I can structure this like this, I think it's the only way we're going to be able to do this and stay within FFP for the time being. Because in the future, it won't matter. That's future Matt's problem. Okay, that's fine. I'll pay 3.8 million. For 3.8 million, I'd say he's... To get a goalkeeper who I would say is verging on world class for 3.8 million pounds, essentially, is pretty much all right. And we'll finish paying it off. Do you know what? The save might not even be still going by that point. But what did I buy? It was Alweda, I believe, anyway. Cool. Wage rises. Oh, God. I think most of those are relatively irrelevant wage rises that aren't going to be hitting us too hard. Particularly as you've just... Congratulations, you've got a wage rise just as you're leaving. Enjoy. We'll get some money back soon as well because... Oh, here we go. Wait. There you go. So, new manager. I did mention this in the recap video, but yes, Sweetie sacked their manager after 20 years in charge. But they have now replaced him with Mikhail Shevchik, who, of course, well, as you can see, uses loan market. So, Sweetie now have a loan market manager as well. Things you love to see. Originally, I think it was Cordera was actually the favourite. So, what do you mean follow up? I've already done it, you melons. There we go. Sick. Same interest in joining Alweda. Oh, they came 6th in the league in the end. Who won the cup? It was Goodyear. First choice goalkeeper. That's fine. I just have to keep the other dude on side long enough. He's 24, so I can just hit... Nah, come on, bud. I'll offer you more cash. Like... Not that much cash. Like 23k. There we go. That's alright. Okay. I've got to follow up on the follow-up. We've got to make sure that we actually move some of this budget. Because we've got a lot of budget. We're just got to be careful with using it. We will get a little bit of a bump on the 30th once all of the... I like that move. I think he's a good guy. And I'm going to start using him in the Champions League. I think he'll be our starting Champions League goalkeeper. Shot stopping most important. With goalkeeping for me, I really like command of area, aerial reach... one-on-ones, reflexes, and there was one other thing I really like as well. I actually can't remember what it was, but also just the fact that he likes big matches and our current goalkeeper doesn't, and they're very, very similar to each other in many ways. So he's interested in speaking to Arsenal. He's interested, but he's not like unsettled if he doesn't join them. That's the thing. Like, look how far we ended the window so far, which isn't admittedly that far, but still far enough, and we've barely had... No one's complained at all yet. So Sweetie are bidding 800 grand on Rock Corran. Ooh. That's a lovely piece of business from Sweetie there. Based in Mecca. How does that work? Is the stadium club facilities outside the city? I guess it must be, right? So Vetta's going. I guess Hadrian was hoping that someone in chat would just have the answer. And for once, it is not me. I say for once. For the 15 millionth time ever, it is not me that has the answer. I am not an answers factory. Yeah, I suppose someone's bound to have that information from a pub quiz or something, right? Recruitment focus updates. Check Sidibe? No, I won't. Someone said there's a really cheap guy from Porto in one of these bids. I think it might have already switched bias now, but yeah, he's pretty good as well. One Cat wonders, was there? That is the question. The Polish guy, actually, I'd say was the most surprising. The guy with 4 Poland caps, whose attributes I think looks pretty decent. Oh, I think these guys are... Yes, I mean, I'll try the Dingley ones like this, but my suspicion is that they'll just say, I'm not even going to bother. If they're already alone at Dingley, I'm not going to bother trying to extend them. You're at Sochaux, we don't want that. You're at Domjale. You've had an alright time there, in fairness. You might be suitable for another loan, actually, just not to them. Jean-Jacques. Sorry. Jacques is coming back. Didn't actually get a chance to play. It's almost like that's what happens when you sign players purely for their names. Yeah, it's just Dingley, guys, I think. Just want to make sure I didn't miss any. Dingley or foreign affiliates. We all good. Cool. Padilla is an SFAT target. Of course he is. First refugees. What? Did I offer him out specifically? I don't remember doing that. Man's just making up his own rules now. Ronaldo managing out. He's not. Ronaldo, as far as I know, isn't in the save anymore. Contract expiry. That's fine. I think he's been out for a while. Hello, Rob. Long time no get insulted by. What's going on? How's life, Mr. Flames? So he's interested in speaking to Man United, but he's not beyond interested. If this actually works, by the way, we might have got a new situation for how to deal with players getting upset. I want to see how long we can go to the window without someone actually genuinely kicking off. Because normally we'd have about 30 of them right by now. Unless it's because we've not hit July yet. So the other thing I think, dealing with the new baby, oh, mate, you must be tired. I can hardly imagine. In fact, what you're doing here. But it's lovely to see you nevertheless. Congratulations as well. So no, Sweetie actually, incredibly, firstly wanted all the loans back, which wouldn't be a surprise. Hang on. Did I or did I not just turn down a loan, sorry, a bid from Man United for Gert Gillet? And now they're back again immediately with high, but now he's saying he's incredibly interested, even though before he wasn't. So I want to see, if I then just ignore this for the time being, whether it then reverts back to him having less interest and he doesn't get annoyed at me. That would be a fascinating little experiment. Because if this is a way of keeping them happier, I'll be very happy. But yeah, so as for the Sweetie loans, almost all of them, in fact, no, I think all of them have gone back, including Miggy Torres, which is the most important one, because I think he's probably the best player they have, other than, obviously, Mr. Jean Dong-Suk. But everybody else has gone back. I was very surprised by that. I guess it's because they built rep to a point now where, to what I mean, it is insane, isn't it, Matt? It's because of all the hilarious value drops. Remove on unhappiest button. If only. I would like the return my values to their rightful place button. But we live in hope. There's Rivaldo here. Have we considered signing Rivaldo? In fact, was he 4? He might have had the 4-star there, you know. Right, anyone good? Yes. Oh, God, he's fucking ridiculous. Look at the release clause. Do them straight away. Well, I mean, normally I stall them anyway, and this does the exact same thing as stalling them, but I'm wondering if it actually does better than stalling them. 4-4-2 good. It depends. Depends on, like, what players you have. It's a bit like asking how long a piece of string is, right? It's a 4-4-2 is good if you have good players for a 4-4-2 and the right roles and instructions within that. Like, if you have a 4-4-2 but it's all trequartistas, congratulations, you've won. But, you know, it's a bit more nuanced than that. Do you get any compensation? I don't know. I don't believe so. But I think it varies from league to league and nation to nation. I think they have different rules regarding, like, arbitration and stuff, right? Because that's essentially what it's kind of mirroring. He'll be... Yeah, exactly. Because we can mirror the new tactic like that as well. He's a model citizen. Not the quickest, but he's not the slowest either. Ah! No, Haskins. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Because if you don't ask, you don't know, right? Wait, we can get him cheaper. I'm convinced. How about 1.4 million? Why pay really cheap release clause when there's even cheaper release clause? It is, Rob, unfortunately, but that's not because of the question itself. That's just because you're the one asking it. Joao Rego, I don't know what that means, unfortunately. Avocado, relatively low wage, but relatively high price. It is an absolute steal, yeah. If he has any PA, then sexist to Rob specifically. A free guy from Adana Demirspor? What the fuck? Why are you... Oh, it's because he's out of contract. Yeah, I'm kind of understanding why. Benfica friendly, of course. The moment I saw that... No, I saw that on your Instagram. When we were doing like a game on the Algarve when I was just like, hey, Dan will definitely be there. It's Tommy Broadbent, not quite Jimmy Broadbent. Okay. I'm curious to see where that Gertrude thing goes, though. Right. Squad player. Oh, that's irritating. I don't want to lay us the same trap as before, but... Wait. Oh, fuck me. I've done it again. They'll get you like that. They will get you. Ugh. His Portuguesiness is probably going to help us a little bit. I'm still... Like, no. I don't think you are, honestly. I think you're a person who values memories over things. I am the same. I would much rather have experiences than buy stuff, which is why this is going to be the most Matt thing ever, by the way, excuse me. So I'm going to an anniversary party, my friend's 10th wedding anniversary party at the end of the month, and it's on the Saturday. It's on the Saturday. It's during the day, but like 12 till 5 or whatever, because they've rented out this place. But then after that, it's not that we're not still going to be there. It's just that like it's then open to other people as well. It's not Patrick, no. Oh, I wish. It's Dean from chat. And we were like, fuck, because it's in the middle of nowhere, basically. And we didn't want to drive to it because then we couldn't have beverages. Understandable, right? You want to be able to enjoy your friend's wedding anniversary party with a few beverages. Not everyone does, of course. You know, if you don't drink, that's totally on you. But it's nice to have a gin or two. And we were like, fuck, how are we going to do this? So we're like, oh, we'll try and find a hotel or something. So eventually, what we've eventually ended up doing, just for this one thing, is we've booked a 2-night Airbnb stay for a group of 4 of us in this one random bungalow, just so we can go to a wedding anniversary party on the Saturday. But again, it's about the experiences. Go to Portugal. I'm planning to. I want to go to Madeira. Just go anywhere you, Dan. Silly. Asking price what I think is fair. Continue one day. Go back and ask agent for offers. The only plan if no bids come in. Maybe that's really. So hang on. Asking price to what is fair. Continue one day. Go back and ask agent for offers that only about it if no bids come in. Okay. Who can I afford to annoy? That's interesting. Hello, Hoff. Facilitating drunkery in it, though. To be fair, it equaled out to £45 a night each for this Airbnb where we have our own private parking, we have our own property, than the Holiday Inn, which would have cost £130 a night each. Like, so what am I doing? Oh yeah. So a player that I feel like we should actually, the perfect opportunity to try this is Kadri. Literally the perfect player to test this on is Kadri. That's an experienced Millennium. Wait, how do we expect? Well, so what do we do? So for me, Kadri, a lot of interest. Let's just say it's £90 million. So we set his asking price to 90 million. Then we continue a day, right? Isn't he just going to kick off immediately, though? Sorry, I didn't actually use your suspect. No, let me just try this out first, then we'll absolutely do that. Hello, Drew. We're doing all right. Just sort of navigating the the tempestuous waters that is the transfer window when you have no value in your players. Yeah, I'm waiting for Martini to kind of guide me through this, because Martini always comes up with these brilliant tricks. I mean, the last few have worked perfectly, so I have no reason to believe that this won't either. If there's anyone I trust on this, it's Martini. Right, confirm, then continue. No offers coming after you offer them out. Okay. Right, so confirm. I'm going to have to reject this one. So I reject it. I want to just check. Valm is an annoying one to get upset because I don't know if he has the squad status. Highly influential player. I'm going to try the highly influential player thing on him. We'll ask Vieira first, but since when has that done anything? Right. Nah, that's fucking irritating, but there's nothing I can do about it. Pay rise? Nah. It's always worth a go just in case. Because then you end up with a new contract out of it too. So now... So now I go back into cadre. And now what do I do? Ask an intermediary, ask an agent about market interest. Like, what do I do here? King Jimmy!
Wow, 7 months.
Thank you for the 7 months.
Can we have some more Richard at left back, please? Richard,
yes.
Richard.
I ask agent, but do I have to continue or just... Do I have to continue a day or just hit continue once? Because I've only hit it once, and we're still technically on the same day. Or does that matter? I want to make sure I do this right so I don't bugger up and annoy one of my players that I don't need to. Not sure about it. Okay, so ask agent about interest. So, is there anything important in here? So there's interest here. It's just, so in theory...
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
So what does that then do, though? Or does that then stop them from bidding stupidly cheap amounts of money and upsetting them? Because I'm totally fine with that. Okay. Boaz, thank you very much for the follow. We'll see. Because now, I mean, obviously his value is set to that, but that's just because, of course, that's the asking price now. This will be interesting. See what offers could be. Ah, true, yeah. No offers on intermediaries. Okay. Well, to be fair, I feel like we'd be well within our rights to do that, honestly, considering how much bullshit's going on. Because I've already got one annoying... That's hilarious. Tash Spisha actually trying to sign Gugu. No, don't you dare! Don't you steal Erling Haaland from me. I demand. £6 a week, Erling. The most money you'll ever see in your life. Please sign Gugu. He's signing for Tash Beach. That's even better. Needs to raise funds when they're interested. Well, that's kind of what you want. I think that's what Martini meant, right? As long as there's no interest, then you're okay. And we are getting that goalkeeper. I'm okay with that. Oh my god, what? Hang on. Why is he worth £20 million when we only paid 10 and our values are shit? Holy Christ. What a decision that was. I can't believe this guy was just chilling at Bodder. It's like Jibby Fall all over again. I think he could legitimately be him. How much is Gutierrez worth? Still fuck all. But look. Like, Valenhout's still worth quite a bit of money too. So are the new guys. It seems like the new signings... Yeah, it's so strange to keep an eye on, really. It's hard to keep track of what's going on with it. But maybe the world is starting to heal. Okay, so now you're going to kick off. Actually, Padilla won't kick off because he's Padilla. And that's... Actually, right. This is what you want to do. So, flowchart time, right? Padilla is a player that I'm 99% sure that I can upset and then get him to come around. So I'm going to upset him now on purpose so that I can then talk to him about it. Tell him he's an important player. There you go, good. Now, when it comes to other players that aren't important, I can tell them that he stayed, and it's such a great way of parlaying more people into staying. The transfer league, yeah? What's that? Right. He needs a loan, yeah, but, I mean, you know, we'll say it to a blue in the face. At the end of the day, I can't loan a player that doesn't want to be loaned. Reynoso comparison, yes! Right, let's do it. Eventually, man does thing. Let's have a look. How much is Reynoso worth these days, anyway? Who am I comparing him to? I guess... Granelli's the one, right? Because for my money, he's the best striker in the world. In terms of pound for pound, attributes-wise, anyway. The Champions League question. To be fair, it's up there, Andrew, with have you made any big signings today? And you know, always answer is yes, but only because I signed tall blokes. Do you have upset on purpose? Padilla's the one that's really easy. Reynoso's usually relatively easy to come around as well. He's not. You're right. But you can see that in the... Let's just put him as an advanced forward now, and you'll see where he really does lack. Worst dribbling. 5 worse finishing still. 3 worse first touch. Passing's 3 worse. Technique's the same. Anticipation's still a little bit worse. Composure's nearly there. Actually got better decisions. Off the ball's worse. Work rate's the same. Slightly worse physicals. It's those real top-end technicals that he's missing. Will he fall? Oh, yes. Right. He's just, yeah. And that the agility that they have is obscene. Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest problem as well. So Figueroa, oh God, what 1.4 million for him. So why is he worth fuck all? I guess because he's got less reputation. Silly me. Either way, still think that's for 1.4 million. That's an absolute bargain. We've got a Pablo. So now we've got Pebbles and Pablo, whose name I believe is actually Pebbles. Right, how are we doing FFP wise? We're still considered rich. Oh, we're actually above it again. I guess it's because of other seasons doing stuff, right?
So
People go on loan.
the swamp donkey to sack it
True. Did I actually
give
deadlift him?
in a tradesman's entrance and have
Oh,
a
he'd be
bit
going
of
out on loan.
yarble.
And it would stop him kicking off, which is always useful. B. Carter, thank you very much for the follow. Let's actually try that. His model citizenness is superb. It's exactly what we want. This is a bop, isn't it? Right wing. Probably not the worst idea. Though bear in mind, we can just flip the tactic if we need to. That's the beauty of it. That's why I built it like that, because it's such an easy one to fit. It's slightly more, you know, it's very asymmetrical compared to what it was before, but we may as well try and train in there. The only reason I actually built the tactic the way I did is so that we could get for Pereira involved a little bit more. Because originally he can't play on the left-hand side, but Bizarma sort of could. But then I realised that actually it would allow Padilla to be on his correct foot too. I haven't changed nothing, Hadrian. How dare you? And also, it's 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'll have none of this slander of my name. Take it back. One hop this time. Well, you say we're one level around. Bear in mind, those guys are the outliers. So not every player Real Madrid has is Granelli. They do have Granelli and they've got Henrique. And the same way that City have Badini and that Moroccan guy. Who I think is actually Dutch Moroccan. But most of their squad aren't that good. They just have a couple of guys. Exactly that. Well, that's not slander, Rob. It's not slander if it's true. I am a big C word. But the C word is cake. I'm a human before photo. Right, what we got? Ooh. Some newbies. Newbie doobies. Don't mind a bit of that. Yeah, if basically what happens in most of these saves is that there is like 5 or 10, as you say, elite players that are on a different level entirely, that are in space. And usually they congregate at Real Madrid and Manchester City. However, I think this chap they sold was actually our former goalkeeper guy, right? I'm fairly certain that was Fernando Rodriguez. One of the many Rodriguez. Let's have a look. Caked up. Oh no, I'm absolutely caked up. Like dump truck, you know? Just not the kind you want, really. Hose are nice and cheap. True, but like there's really no reason for us to jump on him yet until we actually have a little bit more information, because I'm not sure exactly what he is. He looks like one of those players that might be all physicals. Still worth a scout. I'm trying to be tempered with my scouting and stuff, even though we did just drop 10 million on a goalkeeper. Drew fullback. Martinique. Oh, no way. That's so cool. Real Madrid. Sorry. Anyone else hear that? Or was that just on my end? I think I just accidentally took a screenshot. With the loudest noise ever. So. Martinique, dude. Oh, this guy here. Jordi Rangoli. Yeah, see. Do you see what I mean? This is what we're kind of having to be up against, right? Guerrero's another one. I mean, look at Guerrero. For me, he might genuinely be the best player I've ever seen in FM. But these guys are aging out a little bit. And it does make you wonder if we've managed to start hoovering up some of the guys that could have turned into these guys. Like the next, like, generation of these guys we may already have. Vrenoso could be one of them for all we know. Luis Martins. Look at the state of this team, actually. Bostrom. God, he must be old as fuck. Look at the state of this. I can't believe the Bostrom's even still around. And Die. It does feel like genuinely every player they have, but look at how old most of their team... Although admittedly this is the higher... Granelli's the one that's really scary because he's only 27. But when you scroll a bit further down and see some of their younger options, like, he's a good player. But that's sort of more like what we're talking about. Then they've got guys like him. Basically, we just need to be able to get our hands on those guys before they do. And we can usually get most of them, except for the ones that come through at clubs like PSG and Juve. And eventually, sometimes we can get those guys, but rarely, right? It's the agility, isn't it? It feels like the game is literally prioritizing agility on players, and now we are. Holy shit. 41 notifications. Oh, yeah, so this is going to be all the players leaving. So Sweetie, 1.2 million. Melita have signed a couple of guys off of us as well. Zabar get Castro, Mladenovic, and Josef Collard. I can't believe they even tried to sign Josef Collard. He's 34 years old. He was the longest loanee, by the way. He was there for 18 years. 18 years of loans. That might even beat the guy that we have from Dundalk. Couchy's gone. Kara Khalid and Gorgoni as well. Moster get Lawrence Schenk and that ridiculous striker that scored like obscene amounts of goals from the last couple of years. Alexandre as well. Even so, yeah, no, he's crazy. Grinelli's the one that really terrifies me because he's only 27. And he's already as good as some of those other guys. Muse as well. Hibernians get Sergio Luis. Norberto Ray, who's that striker of theirs. Wow, he's got a bit of value to him, actually. Quabena and him. Halfsteinson, 16 caps as well. Hamren gets El Kamaji. Look at the value on El Kamaji. 15 grand a week at Hamren as well. I just love seeing that. He's ridiculously good. He could have actually been a really good left-sided player in this new system as it goes. And Jefferson Pinedo. I remember us being really hyped about him, and now he's just been on loan at Hamren for 6 years. Florianas get Joe and Hebeli. Birkikara get Muiti, Wambani, Ehrlich, and Alvarez. I like these two signings. I think Muiti's a really good signing for them, and Alvarez as well. He's very good for them. They seem to be getting better. Not on our players, though, hilariously. Scouts, right, Will. I'll just literally just offer him wherever he wants. Just so we don't have to lose scouts. Oviedo. These are lots of loan players from Dim. Vorder's still there. I believe he is, yeah. His loan wasn't up for renewal this summer, so we didn't have to worry about like extending it or anything like that. His is next summer. So we better hope that Birkikara don't balls it up, because the last thing we need is for them to lose him. These are all Dingley loanies, I think, finishing. Tranmere. Oh, Danny Hume's off to Tranmere. St. Paulian for Dieter Hocken. Oh my god, it's finally happening. Dieter Hocken is... Oh, no, wait. No, I was thinking of Lucas Teal. Right, loads of loan players are back. But that's all just Dingley guys, pretty much. And a few of the ones that we didn't want to get rid of. So that's okay. We'll do a Dingley offer out at some point to loosen that up a little bit, because the sooner the better on the Dingley offers, honestly. Now that we're on the 1st of July, I sent Camgo on loan to somewhere because it was just... He wouldn't have been able to be registered, and unfortunately that would have caused him to kick off, and he wasn't going to play for us, so I figured, hey, some football's better than no football for him. I did the same with De Potter. He was Marseille, yeah. I sent Potter to, like, Donovan Rucci. No. He... Basically, I couldn't extend his contract because he wanted £30,000 a week, and as a result, he's probably not going to stay there. Juventus... No. Achley in there. Incredibly interesting. It's stuff like that, like... £1.9 million is absolutely insane for a player of the level of Lahovi. Right, let me do a Dingley offer first. Oh, see you later, Hadrian. Yes, the Sundat stream this week. There might be a few less ones over the late July, August period, just because things are coming up, basically. Yeah, you can tell the Dingley players are back. In fact, I probably should have just saved the game before I even got onto this screen, because it was this screen that crashed for me when I was trying to offer out all those players for loan. In fact, I'm really concerned now. Okay. Before we go any further, save game. Oh, come on, FM. That scared the shite out of me. I was worried we were going to crash again then. See you later, Dan. Well, I didn't even ask you what you thought of the Polinia sale. Right, now we should be able to do the Dingley offer outs. And it should really be everybody. Because it's the first day of the window, so there shouldn't be any... Well, not first day of the window. First day of the... Well, it kind of is actually, isn't it? Jesus Lord. There'll always be one that's going to cause a problem, but imagine if they all just worked. Oh, it did. There we go. Dingley lads are done. A week's compassionate leave. Nicholas wanted. Yeah, I think that's just like another random Saudi side, unfortunately. Right. Any new stuff? Bizarre. What about Man United for loan? Jesus Lord. Dingley Magic. Yeah, so remember, they're not all going to go to Dingley. Most of them won't, but you can usually offer them all out. If you do it on the 1st of July, don't want players ever. Really? Huh. We've never had an offer actually doing the offers. Sorry, never had a problem doing the offers. Yeah, so Beer Clan was wanted by Spurs and Lyon. Travis and Sport want Vida. Ah, Leo want a bit of Thema Mayana. Yes, lads. PSG want Valenhaupt. That should tell you something. Imagine if Kamga said yes. Wait. Oh my god, wait a minute. Oscar Lopez to Goodyear. Oh my... 2.5-star CA, Oscar Lopez. If he goes to Goodyear, sensational. That would be beautiful for them in Europe. Pinares, Hamron and Sweetie. Now, he's already turned down Hamron once in this window, so the likelihood of him doing it again is fairly strong. But more options this time, right? Man United loan Pereira. No one wants Morkan. It's annoying. Koroshek. Wow, really? Bayern want Koroshek? I'm just going to take him off the dev list. Wait, how do I take him off the dev list? Basically, I might actually like loan out Koroshek properly. Ooh. Contracts set to expire. That's going to be something I can deal with off stream. Worry not. Hence why it's taking so long to load. Oh my god. Okay, well, first things first. What I will do, though, is extend anyone... Well, Frimpong definitely needs a new contract. Wait, you don't have an extension clause? Holy shit. Not good enough. Absolutely outrageous. So trigger extension on you. Basically, anyone with an extension clause is getting it triggered. That way it's another time. That way it's a problem for another day. That is not what I clicked. I hate the fact that this... Seriously, one of the things I hate the most about FM is the way that this screen, every time I click something, randomly reshuffles itself for absolutely no reason. Why is that? What possible reason would there be for it to reshuffle the names on the screen when you're working through a list? Like, the infuriating nature of that is so bloody annoying. Because then you can't remember half the time who you've offered contracts to and who you've decided against offering it to. That's the problem. I suppose you could just delay decisions on the other ones to at least help with that, but bloody hell, it's annoying. I don't know why it does it too. Like, what possible reason from a mechanics standpoint would there be for that? Set a button for release. Oh. Now, I haven't done it yet. Although, it possibly will happen. It'd be a bit of a shame, though, just because I actually do really like him as a player. But with those guys that we've signed up this summer, there's so many in there, though, that have got eyes on that exact role on the team, and I just don't think he'd get in the team anymore. Is it skin you're using? Well, no, because this happens in the default game, too, as far as I'm aware. Because the skin doesn't change this screen. I don't think it does, anyway. As far as I remember, it doesn't change anything about this screen. Oh, what is it doing now? So what happened there is it reshuffled in the background, but it did it so slowly that I'd actually technically clicked the trigger for the next one before it even did it. Now, some of these guys that don't have these extensions, I may or may not extend their loans. What I tend to look at is like, are they on loan? If so, the likelihood is they'll get an extension. But if the player is genuinely so bad that the loan is doing nothing, then I will just let them go for a release in the end. Wow, this is oh my God's sake. I think I'm misclicking a little bit too. A column in the squad view for extensions helps. Wait. What column? Hang on. You can add a column that lets you automatically extend squad trigger extensions. How'd you do that? Like, I'm legitimately... That sounds amazing. Why didn't I know that earlier? Prince, thank you very much for the 23 months. So, yeah, it does. Yeah. That's why I didn't bother to do it this time. And it actually is sorted by potential as it happens. No matter what you sort it by, or if you don't sort it at all, it still just reshuffles randomly. Extension costs... Yeah, no, but listing who has an extension is not going to make it any easier to extend them, though, is it? Because you still have to... If anything, it'll be harder because you've got to right-click on the player then go through like context menus just to extend the contract. That seems like it's harder than doing this. What if there was an extend all option? Imagine. By second name. I mean, fair enough. I've sorted by everything in the past. It's never done anything. But hey, we'll try that next time. Hello, Paterex. Okay. Obviously, I'll offer some of these guys contracts before. Make a next step in the save and really pushing for Champions League win. Getting bids on unsettled by the big teams. I can never keep hold of them. Well, the first thing I would say is long contracts, because that way you don't have to worry about holding on to them because they've got such long contracts. That way, yeah, they're only going to complain and leave on a free if there's like 18 months left on their deal. So if you can get them on a long-term contract, then that's not going to be a problem for you. But also, just go through like the whole logic of... Oh, hang on, I'm going to have to offset... What the what? Oh, is it actually going to make me back out of these now? Hang on one sec. There we go. Right click. How it's quicker. Does it actually work? But if you've got the thing that tells you that they've got an extension contract, hang on, let's just have a look. I mean, it's too late now to try it, but because isn't there a column that literally tells you if they have a contract clause? Because if that was up here, you could just sort it by those players, right? Or does it only work if... Yeah, ooh. Hang on, I think we might have to just wait for the Dingley loan thing to happen first, because this screen is lagging out like crazy because of all the players that are back now. This is the problem with the Dingley loans. Every time when they come back, we get stuck with this nonsense. Oh, my life. I have to be patient with it. But yeah, so long-term contracts are the first thing, which is important. Secondly, it's not caring if a player's a little bit upset about stuff and just selling them, because at the end of the day, they usually recover from it pretty quickly. And, oh, come on, FM. I hope this doesn't happen, like, directly after all the fucking contract clauses I've just extended. Maybe I'll go for a P-Rec and hope that it's done when I come back. Having total, 400 and something. It's around the 400 mark. FM? I swear to God, if you fucking crash now, I'll be livid. I might actually go for a P-Break, chat. I don't even really need one, but it will give something to do. While this is maybe doing something. It worked before, so it didn't crash. That concerns me because that's taking a very long time. Anyway, I'm going to go for a P-Break. Back in a second. Enjoy your whiz quiz and whatnot. Good news. It finally fucking came back. I think it's because I had a lot of them selected and they were all under Dingley bids. And it was Gonzalo Yara. In case you want to... Hello, Saz! Yeah, no, I figured it wasn't the case, Saz. I remember having issues like that with previous skins and in just the default one. But, yeah, it's super annoying, isn't it? Right. Just get off this screen. Get the Dingley loans done first and then we can kind of... try out that thing. Because it'd be cool if we could just add an extension clause column to that screen on the squad panel, which is something we can do in a minute, I think. Right. So Gert is a key player, right? He's got to be, yeah. So he's a highly influential player. So the question with Gert is, which one of the things we want to tick with him? If only I could find him. So he's in the same social group as Jose Padilla, which means I think we should be okay with him, if we're in doubt, to tell him that Padilla is staying. And that should win him over. Although, see what I mean? I swear that said that he was going to kick off, but he just didn't. This is what I mean. It feels like they're not kicking off as much for some reason. Also, Beppis. Also, how's it going, Saz? Lovely to have you in chat. Yeah, I'm not going to try and add that column until we got the Dingley loan sorted. Because if I try to load that screen again, it's just going to do the same thing until. Patreon-inspired contracts. Okay. There was probably going to be a couple. Tune. It's literally Hadrian and Matty Turek this time. Yeah, so 10 more. We've only got 24 Patreon regions left. Technically, it's only 23. Because Mike is one of them. But we'll loan in Matt and Matty. The boys. Get them in for a little bit. Throwing it home. It is a bit, isn't it? That's why I feel like we're never going to quite get one in the end. So it's still saying 4 million on Kadri. So I don't believe that. But then again, that wasn't entirely. Sorry, yeah, the Martinez thing wasn't designed to get them to bid more. It was just a case of to stop them from unsettling them when they did bid. I think that was the thing, wasn't it? So obviously that's fine now. We can ignore that for the time being. So Hadrian's in. Hadrian had a really good time, by the way, at his last club. Had another banging season at Bournemouth. 10 more assists in the Championship. Like, fair play. Here we come. Here comes all the Dingley loans. We should still probably get at least, like, a few of them in. There we go. Bloody hell, that's a lot of contract extensions. Does make my life work a lot better. I think there was a League One Bournemouth at one point as well. I've got to make sure I don't skip any team reports. Because we were definitely missing a few from South America in places that were not good. I've now replenished all of that. Wow. I guess most of those are the Brazilians and the Colombian guys, right? Is there any extensive... Oh, there is a couple. 2 dudes. Ooh, freebie from Willem Twey. Love to see it. Oh, guy at Chelsea. That's annoying. That Arsenal guy doesn't even look like he's that good. Who are you wanted by? PSG on a free. I mean, be rude not... No, we actually had lost Catholic Daddy's under 19, Stan. That's how bad it got. Legitimately. We had their first team, but for some reason their under 19s one had gone. Right, is he going to pull a city here? Nah, okay, cool. Freebie. Yamadou Silva, he was on loan at Hamron. I don't know if that's still the case. Might just be able to do him on a 5-year deal there. Try and sneak in. Other guy, probably a bit too expensive for what we're doing at the moment. Not convinced. Catholic Daddies is what we call Universidad Católica, which is a Chilean team that produce insane players. Them, Colo Colo, and there's actually another Universidad as well, isn't there? But we just refer to them as the Catholic Daddies. Right. So United are back in again, but he didn't kick off last time, so we'll see. Padilla, that's fine. Kadri, yeah, 3.6 million for Kadri is hilarious. The Owl College. Zanovic as well. Oh, Venera for Stone. Yes, please. Don't mind if we do. Since you've asked so nicely, and for some reason he's not on the dev list. Oh, 1 year it is. Here we go. Dingley. Oh, I'll tell you what I also didn't do. Forgot to add everyone that came back to the dev list again. But we'll wait until the Dingley mob have left. Solo Bishop. Ivanovsky. Here we go. Now it's happening. That would just... It'll thin the herd a little bit. Hopefully. Even if they don't play, they get them off of our bill. Just in case. I really hope we get a good report on Glenn Pace. It would suck if we actually found a really... If a Maltese player came through at a club like Torino and he then turned out to not be any good. That would be gut-wrenching for me. Batinho. Yeah, this takes a little while because there was 150 players and you can see how many of them are actually saying yes to it now. Anto Ferry. Because the guy we got from Burnley, Cock Van Arse. Don't think he's played a single game for Dingley since we've been loaning him there. But, hey. I don't make the rules, I just make the loans. Oh, okay. His name is Glenn Pace. Glenn Zarb was the guy that came through our youth academy a few years ago, if I recall. There's a lot of Glens. Their wage budget, yeah, a little bit. But that's okay. That's not my problem. That's their problem. Just because they have a gambling addiction, not my problem. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. This just felt like a good little batch. There's a lot of Glens and there's a lot of Paces. I can understand the confusion, to be fair. And don't worry, that song request did actually go through. It's just that the song request the bot is kind of broken and just says that there's an error for some reason. I don't know why. I'll have to check if there's any updates. Wow, 5 million. Okay, now the bids are starting to come thicker and faster, but we're making decent ground so far. Luter want a bit of someone as well? Okay. Don't mind if we do. More moves to Dingley. Nice. Flores as well. Jesus. This is just Dingley times... Look at this. Dingley getting all the players. Oh, there's more. There is actually more. One of these days, I'm just going to completely miss where it says, like, Camger and Lend joins Dingley on loan. Wiggly's gone, though. That's the main thing. Potter rejected it, I imagine. Right, is that... Surely that's it done now, right? Nope, there's more. I just don't understand how Dingley end up with 80 players on loan from us. It will truly ever remain a mystery. Yes! Jacques has gone back as well. Bloody... Oh, there's more. There's actually more. Okay, that might be the last batch. No. Just when you think it's done, it's never done. Dingley are eternal. God, I hope we don't need to find a news article. JJ, Frankie, JJ, the very same. If I could just find Laurence Leboeuf, I've got my chance. Far on the run in their salary. It's fine. They get an affiliate fee from us. What more do they want, right? Right. See if Gert kicks off this time. No. If he was going to kick off, he'd have kicked off immediately. Even though it's saying he's incredibly interested and would remain super, super interesting. So far, the only player I've upset is Valmir, which is annoying because I really hoped that he was going to be not a bellend this season. But that is the bargain we set. Best players at Dingley? Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, the answer is no one really. Actually, I don't know if you can even see them. Because I think, annoyingly, the moment they go on loan, we lose all ability to know if they're any good or not. So, no, I actually can't show you that. The highest world rep is this guy, but that's only because he's got Latvia caps, unfortunately. Elections of the club? No, because the clubs don't have elections. Well, the clubs don't have elections in this save because we found that it was causing them to sell all of their youth facilities. Strangest thing ever. But I don't believe you can find out. Oh, on the development scale. Oh, can you? Ooh. Sorry, you mean for the loans. Yeah. Hopefully that's gone through. Nice. Cool. Right, so season preview. We'll look there first, then we'll look at the development screen. Yes, no. Basically, the bot just doesn't display it properly at the moment. It's really weird. It still works and everything. I'll have to see if there's an update for it. So there you go. Up to third now. I don't believe you can, Fizz. I'm not sure. But we don't have elections in this league because basically when we had elections, it meant that the boards were changing too often. And if they even had the tiniest bit of financial strife, they would sell all their youth facilities off immediately. So silly. But we had to basically ban it from happening to make it work properly. What was the thing I was going to look at? Oh, development screen, yeah. In general, we probably just look on the internet, just type in elections, right? I guess. Depends on how specific we're going to be. Kronstad, I believe so. But, I mean, we've had so many, right? Let's see, Dingley, guys. This screen doesn't always sort correctly, unfortunately. Although in this occasion, it's actually working. So the best player on loan at Dingley is Jairo Vargas. This guy here. Is Twitch being weird again? Make sure it changes. Oh, that's a really tough one to measure, unfortunately. Because unless you kind of... The best thing I could say is that if you did a few simulations, you'd work out when the date was because you'd see it in the thingy, and then you'd just be able to sim to that date each time, I suppose. That's the only thing I can suggest, really. So far, just the one Wemp thus far, but there's plenty of time for Wempery. Wempery never sleeps. So PSG and Ivanovic, that might cause a bit of Wempy. Pebbles as well. In worst case scenario, we're just switching back to Pebbles this year. 8 million for Kadri. Okay. It's still shit, but it might be what we need. Matt Stone's out. Cool. Right, what if I've got enough players out to Dingley yet that I can actually... Oh, there's still more. Hang on a minute, what? I thought we were done with the Dingley loans. There's more. Just when we thought Dingley was dead. I'm very confirmed. Because Vargas was supposed to have, like, insanely high PA, wasn't he? But maybe we've just ruined his entire career by repeatedly loading him to Dingley. Be really curious to find out about him. This is where he's like a 190 PA monster that we've utterly wasted his entire time with us. But, you know, if it happens, it happens, right? Jaden Goris. Oh, good. It's an overpriced Belgian. Exactly what we needed. Right. I think that might be the end of the Dingley game. Wow, that's early. Wait, that's really early for the Conference League. A bit of Paez. Okay. Jozanovic in there as well. They do seem slightly higher starting bids. Bust the net now with the... God, we've been raided a lot today. And now, a bit of Harold Bishop. What a way to welcome the raid in. Well, chat, you know what to do. You've been in this... This is not your first rodeo. I'll give you 5 seconds. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. As you set it back as well, Christ. 2. And a 1. And off we go to Harold Bishop.
You did.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
True. It's just the truth. Okay, now we could maybe try and load the squad screen. Imagine if the squad screen is just broken permanently now. That would be amazing. Oh, thank God for that. So, I could just sneak in a cheeky little contract clauses. What we're looking for. Optional extension by club. That one. Yeah? There we go. So now, in future, I could just go to this screen, filter it solely by the players that have those optional extensions. Now, admittedly, some of them may not be triggerable, though, at the same time. That's the other problem. Because as much as he has an option extension... Oh, by the way, you won't even notice this, actually. I did this off stream. Reynoso asked for a new contract right before the window opened. And one of the requirements was that it had to be a long contract. And I was like, that seems like something that I would very much like. Because his contract was going through till 46. But they had no extension clauses. So I managed to get him on 60 grand a week, which is not bad for an elite world-class striker. And so he's got a 5-year extension, and it has a 1-year contract extension clause for us as well on top of it. So he's actually going to go through till 28. So he's probably got one more big contract. How do I build a nation? That is a very deep question. It's not something I can answer with like straight facts, but I've made many videos and guides about how to do exactly that on my YouTube channel. One of them, in fact, is literally called How to Build a Nation in FM24. Obviously, that was using Malta as a base, but the same stuff can apply to Ireland as well, for sure. It's not so... I could be here for hours if I had to explain every single thing about it. Improved contract for Vieira. No, you're still... Actually, to be fair, no, you've still got... You've got 5 years left on your contract, friendo. No. Oh, thank God for that. Right, good. Now we've got one of the contracts too. No commandable link. We do have some commandable stuff to do with that, but I can't remember which one triggers the stuff to do with that video. I think it might just be exclamation mark Malta. I should forget. I'm sure somewhere we'd link that video. We must have done, right? Speaking of, have we got any draws yet? Really Irish youth players and bring them up? No. Not at all. Like I said, I have made many videos that explain the entire process. I realize that you want me to explain the entire thing in depth, but I really can't explain the entirety of the process that it takes to build a nation in depth right now, because we would literally spend the rest of the stream doing it. But essentially, you have to somehow find a way to make yourself and the other teams in your league better, and you have no control over whether the youth players are any good or not. So it takes more than just doing that, basically. So actually, it's not really about the youth players you get from your nation at all. If anything, it's about the way that you bring other players into your nation itself. I'm going to recall Hubanov. Because he doesn't play for Sweetie. And I feel like we need to start getting him Volante ready. Personally. I think he's far too good now. And he's perfect Volante material. In the long term. Maybe lacks a bit of marking and positioning. So actually, with that in mind, I think I might just stick him on defensive positioning for the time being. Oh, which is already on. Would you love to see it? Get him back in here. Right, so Lahovi. Let's see if Lahovi kicks off. Okay, he will. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we should consider asking... Hang on. Oh, sorry. I misread that as it was saying you may wish to consider asking either Jose Padilla or Lahovi's agent, implying that it was I should ask Jose Padilla's agent. Wild choice, but let's try Padilla. It's so shit that just doesn't do anything anymore. Okay. Yes! Get in. Right, Lahovi's ticked. Another player that's not going to get upset with us this window. Lahovi done. So we've just upset Pebbles right now. No, Valmir. I imagine they do, but I feel like there'll be more rotation time for him, and I'll try to make sure we play him in the rotation matches. I feel like that's going to be important for his development. And now we can ignore that. Sirens training camp squad. We'll have whoever. As if we've got enough players to fill a 40-man squad. That's silly. We don't have that many players. Stop being away. Apparently not. I think in total, across the entire save, I've only ever convinced one player to stay by getting another player to talk to them one time. And that was Vida randomly convinced Kamga, I think, to stay once. That was it. That is utterly broken. Yes, the value's tanked again. It's been not fun. Because it's really made our financial situation extremely tenuous. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this, if anything else. We are apparently still passing FFP at the moment. Despite the fact that this year we've once again made a loss of £18 million. Next year, they better come back up. If the values aren't back up next year, we could be in real trouble. Because we'll have no way of getting the money. Sterling high leadership. I feel like maybe we just don't have a very good leader, potentially. 8-0. Pereira scores a hat-trick and gets 7 key passes off of that right-hand side. Okay. Good times. Yeah, the fact is, exactly. If he's here, he's playing very little, and if he's going to play very little, at the very least, he's going to be using our training facilities and our training setup. So he'll probably get more out of it. I want us to see what kind of leadership roles we've got. That's a mental attribute, isn't it? So the best leaders at the club, Fofana, Paez. But then the fact is, we're asking our captains. Palacio has 16 leadership. But it's usually Vida I end up asking, and you'll see that Vida is not even on this list. Because we mostly appointed him or is he on this list? He's mostly here for the vibes. Yeah, Vida only has 13, which might be part of the reason. So when Vida eventually does leave us, which is, fairly soon, I feel like a next captain being someone like Paez or Krastev makes sense for us. Because Palacio's going to probably end up leaving before Vida at this. Both of those two are going to age out of the squad before we even get a chance to see them at their peak. Well, we kind of really haven't we? Valenhout. True, but I can't really do anything beyond play him in football matches, right? That's all we can do at this stage. Without monthly fees that could help reduce the damage. Yeah, because if I include monthly fees, we won't get any loan bids, so then we don't get any loan farm, basically. So yeah, we could put a monthly fee in, but then we'd have no loan players at all, because they pretty much won't take them unless they have... You want to put as few barriers as possible in building the loan farm. What I find is often when it comes to extending the loans, they will then put monthly fees in, but they tend not to put them in the initial loan. Other saves like Athletic and Alton Ordu that have very strict rules on who you can buy. I actually don't know off the top of my head. I've never tried to do either of those two saves, but yes, I believe there are. I believe there are a few other teams scattered around Europe that have a similar function, if I remember correctly. But they are still very few and far between. And weirdly, I don't think you can actually hard-code it that you can do it. Oh, you can do it yourself, of course, but they're not like hard-coded rules. Now, I just want to see what round our teams are actually going in, because as much as we think we know, it seems to change on year upon year. So, Conference League, yeah, 3rd round for Birkirkara, so they won't be in it for a while. Europa League, league phase for Hamron automatically as per. Oh, hang on, they're going to the third round this time. I swear they started at the second round normally last time. But sure, Zabar going to the third round. Honestly, with Zabar, I just hope they get knocked down into the Conference League. They'd get absolutely destroyed in the Europa. And presumably with the Champions League, that's just going to be a case of playoff round again, isn't it? Yep. Wait. No, it's not. Oh. Last year, Sweetie went into the playoff round. And this year they've just gone, nah, fuck you. It doesn't matter. It's just going to mean Goodger drop into the Conference League, the Europa League a little bit sooner. And potentially could go into the Conference League, could they not? Oh, no, they can't. Because if you get knocked out in the third round, you go straight to the Europa, don't you? Offer out. No, you will still get them, but you'll get less. Like, you want as few... Basically, I mean, it's up to you, right? Do what you like. But you'll get fewer loan offers if you're asking the team to pay you money for the loan. That's just basic economics, right? If something's free, you're going to have more interest in it and the demand will be higher. And the same in FM. It's the same way whenever people used to say, oh, you should offer players out for transfer with a 50% built into the offer out. It just never works, because why on earth would a club come to you? Basically, you've got to get them at the table first, I suppose. I believe so. No, so I think there's one round, Andrew, randomly, where if you get knocked out, you get to entirely skip through. And I think it might be the third round of Champions League qualifying. Or something weird. We'll see. But if there's a way that Goodger can end up in the Conference League by dropping down twice, that could potentially be beneficial for us more than anything. Because they sure as shit ain't ready for the Champions League. Nislav! Thank you for the 6 months. It's very kind of you, friend. I don't know.
Been a while.
Right. He's extremely interested. I don't know if that means he's going to say no, though, or kick off. Or particularly as Al Lefebvre isn't on that list. Padilla, we don't care. Well, we do care about, but he's not going to kick off, is what I mean. Monsegio, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. Alwada, wow, 1.3 million. Isn't it just a dream? Slima want Palmatessa. That's what I was going to do. Also, is Haaland still under a bid from... Oh, no, he must have agreed to sign. I didn't actually see him accept the contract from us over Atletico, but I assume it was just because it was hidden in that giant... Mulview. In all the Dingley offer outs, I suspect. Goodger going all the way. Wouldn't be surprised. Right. Yeah. What I want to do is add all of the players on this list that are eligible. Wow, that's 69 players. That's gone down a lot, actually. Does that mean we gave Dingley 70-odd loans? Sick. League path third qualifier out of the Champions League. The main team skip is because the lower teams in that nation are guaranteed league phase of the Europa League, so it's unfair to make a higher performing team potentially risk playing a low competition. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if Goodger lose in that round, will they end up randomly dropping straight into the group stage instead of having to go to the playoff round? Because I believe that's what happens, right? It's time for the random coaching switch. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that was the one. So basically, Goodger can't end up in the Conference League anyway. Well, I actually understand that, because obviously you get guaranteed Europa League group qualification for one of the lower teams. It would be weird if one of the others had the opportunity to fall even lower than them, even though they finished higher. That makes sense. Not expecting to see any kind of Maltese sides for a while, really. I'd like to even see their draws at this rate. Holy shit, Panares actually went. But why did he do that? That's what I don't get. Why did... Help me understand, sweetie. Why have you done that? And why would he want to go there over Hamron? But they already have Lucas Juarez. It doesn't make sense to me that... Hang on. Sorry. Just... I'm sure it's nothing. I'm just asking for a friend. He has 9 Argentina caps. So... Excuse me? But yeah, he has rejected them 3 times. But like, there's way more striker options in terms of space for him. Fake cap. There can't be fake caps. There's 9 of them. You wouldn't get 9 fake caps. First cap, Costa Rica. That seems completely legit. It's Argentina, right? I don't think we can see his... Oh, no, we can. Yeah, look. This was earlier this year. He's played for Argentina. They must be absolutely dead at striker. Not that I'm saying he's a bad striker, by any means. He's absolutely not a bad striker. He's very good, in fact. But the idea that he is Argentina starting striker level good, now maybe it was substitute appearances, is a bit different. I wouldn't have had that in mind, is what I mean. But still. It would explain why... Wait. Why is his wage NA? How much are we paying? 10 grand a week. That ain't bad. I must have not had an international cap clause, or if I did, it was obviously not a very high one. I do just find it weird, though, that Jose Pablo, whatever his name is, Mr. Murderer, would choose to go there instead of the Hammer where he's going to play. Whereas instead he's up against Roy and, well, literal Argentina friendlies. I mean, even if they are, though, the fact that he's getting... I feel like 9 caps is too many for them to all be friendlies, considering they must have occurred in the last year. They're not going to have played 9 friendlies. Maybe they did. Only one way to find out, I suppose. Argentina schedule. So, against Honduras. Did not feature, I don't think. Then again, these are actually a lot of friendlies. Played against Guinea in a friendly. Actually got an 8.6 rating as well. For some reason... Oh, we can't see the lineups, can we? Fuck. We know we played in this one as well because he scored. Also... I say they aren't just friendlies. They are actually all friendlies. Because apparently Argentina haven't played a competitive game in 2 years? Wait, isn't that because they didn't qualify for the World Cup? It is, isn't it? Yeah. So the reason that he's playing, I guess, is because Argentina haven't played a competitive match in, like, coming on for 2 years, apparently. Because remember, they didn't qualify for the World Cup. I'd actually forgotten that they failed to qualify for it. Which might also explain why Juarez is now leading their strike force if they've got a team that's not capable of qualifying for a World Cup in South America, where literally over half the teams qualify, and teams like Bolivia qualify. Well, this season anyway. The fact that they weren't even close to qualifying either. God, I totally forgot that this even happened. Hello, Michael! Speaking of... wait. Oh, it's Michael, isn't it? Let's type in Holdford. It's just easier. Holderford! Michael Holford. There he is, in all his glory. In all his Spurs-related glory. Yeah, it's nice when you see a random Bolivia qualify, isn't it? A cheeky little Bolivia, cheeky little Peru. Sometimes, actually, Peru qualify more often than not. A bit of Venezuela in there, too. In all his Spursy glory. He's gone to win some trophies. It's been around a little bit. How much was it that you moved to Manchester City for? It was quite a lot, wasn't it? Actually, weirdly, your transfer fees have been very sort of condensed into like a very small margin of windows. Miss much. I don't know. What was the last thing you saw? Because there happened some things. We have maybe found we've actually signed a goalkeeper who is a starting goalkeeper for us. Just utterly outrageously good. Almost shouldn't have done, but kind of felt that we had to for our own sanity. I got excited then. Ooh, 3 Brazilians. Yeah, why not? Kinda, right? There is nothing wrong with a random 3 Brazilian, especially not these kind of prices. Expanding the new tactic. Oh, damn, that was a while ago. Okay, yeah. So basically, we randomly stumbled upon the fact that Bodder have a world-class goalkeeper who we were able to peel away from their hands for £3.8 million. And he's actually, for me, is this that same guy from earlier? It's still not scouted properly. We'll, you've asked to leave. Okay, we'll have you. Oh, it's another Botswana dude. Sick. We take that too. Magical date command would be a good idea, actually, yeah. I will, once again, it's one of these things that if you remind me while I'm streaming, I will never, ever do it because I will just forget them. My mind just basically goes blank the moment I stop streaming. I just forget everything. So if you remind me after stream in Discord, I'll absolutely try and do it. As I try, I will do it. It's not difficult. It's just a Nightbot command. These guys are probably not quite it, but I'll rescout them anyway. For the time being. And more free Brazilians is never a bad thing. Have mods. I do, but I don't think the mods are here right now. We are... Maybe... It's like the parents aren't here. We're doing a modless any percent run. We are... we're in uncharted territory, chat. So everyone be extra nice. Or like at least clean up after yourselves, right? Boom. This song, all I can think of when I think of this song is American Pie Bandcamp. Or American Pie in general, I think. Maybe both. All I know is I associate it with American Pie. Cover playing and leaving. Briefly, I've given my thoughts. Alright, let's make Mike do it. See how that goes. See, I'm surprised he even remembers what being a streamer is like. I've been trying to convince him to come back, but man is just... He keeps being like, oh, I might. I'm like, Mike, do it, man. Let's make Mike do it, yeah. What is a mod exactly? It's like a face pack, isn't it? Well, I mean, I don't begrudge him the move, right? At the end of the day, he's given us 2 good years and we're getting a lot of money out of the deal. It's just a question of what we do now. Like, I'll be very disappointed if we don't reinvest that money properly, particularly with the way that PSR is now. We kind of have to spend it this season. So, if we don't, I'll be extremely pissed. I have to do things. I know. I mean, you get the cool sword. I mean, Mike's sort of like an honorary mod. You know how you get like an honorary doctorate? It's not a real doctorate. Why am I shitting on Mike for absolutely no reason? Michael, we need to meet up soon. Any random results in here? Damn. Like Dr. Pepper is the doctor, you mean? Yes, exactly. Okay, you got to stay away from those pigeons, Mike. It's like a key to the city. It's exactly like a key to the city, but in actuality, it is a key to my heart. Better after 20 seasons. It actually is. This year, they're up to 119th in the world. And lately, have genuinely been doing bits. They're actually sitting top of their Euros qualifying group at the moment, albeit after 3 matches. But the group they've got makes me think they genuinely could qualify for the Euros. They've won away in Kosovo, won away in Georgia. If they can double Belarus and beat Georgia at home, I think they come second. And legitimately would actually qualify for Euros, which is wild. And I never thought they'd even be able to do that. All they really need is Roy and Alejandro Bagoa to basically declare for them. But as far as I know, Bagoa still hasn't done it. And I think he's stuck in the exact same loop as Roy. Malta, Argentina. I hate that it doesn't show on that screen. Awaiting paperwork. Yeah, I think that's just a glitch, unfortunately. It seems that they just never actually ever changed nationality. Esfandiari declared. Did he really? Nah, he's got Iranian caps, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, he's very much Iranian. I don't know what's stopping Roy these days. He's been a permanent player now for, well, a full year, in fact. But I think the hope is that if Malta, the only chance I think Malta are going to have to qualify for a major tournament in this save is going to be this European cycle. There's no way they get such an easy group again. Right, who's this one? Okay. Oh, we've got a few to upset at the same time here. This could be problematic. Padilla won't get upset. Kadri probably won't because of that test. He hasn't even got any opinion on it, so he shouldn't be a problem either. I think it's just about to be Gelé pissing me off. Right, okay, so Gertz finally hit it. So, the problem now is the last player that we turned around was no longer Padilla. So with Gert, he is a highly influential player. The question is, could I ask Palacio to do some stuff? Maybe. It can't hurt, right? It's also just occurred to me that I really should be asking people that have got better leadership. I should have really asked like Krustev or something. Okay. I think with Gert, it's just a case of go for influential player, right? Yes, good. Tick. Next one done. Bang. Chat, we are going for it. So far, we've only upset one player in the entire summer. And I reckon I could have got him turned around as well if it hadn't been for the fact that he got upset so quickly. If I'd have managed to upset Padilla first, he'd have been fine. Right, Krustev. Okay. Vieira, he's usually a good lad as well. Kapango. Van Loon. Oh, send Van Loon. The amount of these like random guys we sign from Dutch clubs on freeze that just end up declaring for Malta. Isn't Maronian the... I swear he's the Samarinese dude. Oh, yeah, he ain't declaring for anyone. He's got 41 caps, and he actually is on loan at Arur. Right, Grad van der Ven. Sensational name as well, by the way. Oh, that's what we were going to do. We were going to look up Glenn Pace to see what... Wow, he's actually really quite good. That's a hell of a signing for free. Love that. Right. Probably worth looking at the scout reports as well, actually. Go drop it. No, with that one... Basically, the issue there was because I'd used Padilla to get someone else to drop it, they then come to the top of the list. So then you can no longer use Padilla. And I knew that Padilla and Gert were in the same social group, so it would definitely work with him. But I couldn't remember who the next guy was. And once you're in that screen, you can't back out to try and figure it out. That's the problem. I need to keep track of who the last person on the hot button is. So now we know that Gert Gillet is the last guy that agreed to stay. So we need to check his social groups next time around. That's how you do it. You just have to remember who's in what social group. I feel like being in the right social group gives them a higher chance of... Or if the player's really like a team leader already. That seems to be what it is. It's like a case of... It's either a seniority thing or like general friendship. It seems to be. We need a fucking post. Literally, we do. Yes, Glenn Pace. That was the guy's name, wasn't it? The guy from Torino. Oh my god, he's actually good. Oh, Glenn. Glenn Pace is actually good. The Maltese Italian. How bad is the... Reasonable. So, at least we know we're onto something there. We'll get him fully scouted anyway, because there's really no harm in doing that. They're not going to randomly sell him at this point. Cool. That's just dope. Oh, he's 5'2". 1 jumping reach. So that's a bit of a downside. But, you know, you can't win them all, I guess. That's the first good Maltese player, I think, that's come through at another side in this entire save. Outside of Malta, anyway. Let's see. Yeah, he actually does get lower. Ooh, Santos. It's a nice little chunk of players there. That Gilson guy at Santos looks particularly intriguing. And so is this... Oh, he's on loan. Well, again, please don't be on loan from someone... Oh, he's on loan from Pachuca. Okay. Osvaldo Chala, too. Venezuelan. No, Ecuadorian. International caps to him as well. Ooh, okay. Actually, he's intriguing because he's got international caps. 15 jumping reach. She's not bad for 6'1". 16 stamina. Any random high CA guys other than Christian Castro, who is 22 and has 24 caps already. Quite high agility and balance too, actually. Max 1.5 million. Who had that? Oh, Chala. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know if he's worth it at this point, but I still don't think 1.5 million is even worth it as a punt at this point. Like, we simply have to be so careful with our finances. I know we literally spent that money on a goalkeeper, but they add up. The issue as well for him, I think, would be that he'd probably demand a higher squad status. Oh. Or nothing at all, apparently. What about Gilson? Ooh. There's things I like about him and things I don't like. Good on both feet, 6'2", great. 15 tackling, superb. Marking and positioning is shite, but that's easy to work on. Heading is dreadful. Slow. Good aggression and bravery. He's kind of like halfway to being an okay player, but the problem is a lot of the things that would make him the good player that we want are things that he's not got and not gonna get. Can you hear my neighbour's dog? I think that's Elsa. Oh, yeah, full name. It'll be like Gilson Spaghettio. Do you know what? Gilson Tripepi is actually somehow even better. Tripepi. Big fan. Let's have a look at this guy. Oh, he's so much better. Why? This is the fact that he came through at Marserschlock. That's actually unfair. And there's me hanging the picture of Matthew Side on my wall being like, hey, that's the best player we've ever got in this save. This guy must be what? 170, maybe even 180 PA? Fuck. We're just never going to get the luck of getting a player like that in this save, are we? He's absolutely insane. He's up there with that guy that Hadrian found on the Bikikara test. I mean, Austria is 34, isn't he? That's even more scary, honestly. So Gert's fine. Chelsea want Bizarma. Okay. Vieira, we don't care about that. Dominguez. Oh, wow. Love that. Valletta and Gazira for Dominguez would be perfect. Sensational. Right, so now we up to upset. Oh, no, he's already upset, isn't he? Juzanovic might get upset. Pebbles might not, you know. I don't think any of those guys are going to get upset. It's possible. I mean, we've had 20 years. I feel like the likelihood of us getting one... I mean, when you consider that, for me, I mean, I might be wrong, and maybe a guy with higher PA has actually come through and we just didn't notice it at the time. With impossible. No, it's not impossible. It's just really unlikely. So bear in mind, a youth rating, say the youth rating's like whatever it was in Malta, it's like 42. That doesn't mean that Malta can't produce a world-class player. It just means that the likelihood of it is far, far diminished over, say, a Brazil, right? It means the average CA and PA of the players are much lower because it's kind of weighted, right? So you could technically get a 200 PA wonder kid from Micronesia. It's technically possible. It's practically impossible. But if you did enough simulations, it is essentially possible. That's why you see occasionally players with insane PA from nations that have absolutely no business having a player that good. Like, Ethiopia are not one of the big world footballing powers, especially even in Africa, right? But that guy we got, Moez Nasseru, was 180 PA last year, which is ridiculously good for a club from Ethiopia that actually came through with there too. Because I don't know what their youth rating is, but it ain't that good. Because that would have put him at like top 20, 30 players in the world. Yeah. Which is, I think, one of the reasons why we do need to make sure that we keep signing everybody up to avoid losing anyone like that. But now, in fairness, our new head of youth development, Luka Modric, does have quite low judging CA and judging PA, but only because if we're signing everybody up, it doesn't really matter what he thinks. We're only really using him for his personality. Yeah. So you must have missed that. Yeah. We decided after the latest youth intake that we would get a new head of youth development, and we got Luka Modric because he's a model citizen with unflappable. So he's basically the most professional human being imaginable because it's Luka Modric, of course. So the idea is that we'll now at least slightly get better personalities on our youth players. Thus, even if they're crap, they'll have a better chance of reaching it. High hosting instead, exactly. He's not about judging things. Luka doesn't judge. He's too kind. Lee Pace. We have Matthew Pace. Do we have Lee Pace as well? We might have done, you know. Oh, yeah, of course we did, because we were making the whole joke about how he... There he is, yeah. He's on loan from us at... he's only 19, in fairness. Get him as a player. Do you know what? It's Luka. He's only 57, right? I see no reason why he wouldn't just strap his boots on and get cracking, right? Like, lazy much? Jesus, Luka. Christ. What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, that was Lee Pace. There was also Matthew Pace, wasn't there? Oh, okay. I must have accidentally hit the space bar there. World. Yep, that's what I was looking for. Thanks, FM. No, it was Lee... It was Matthew Pace. We definitely had a Matthew Pace at the start of this save. Oh, good. It's all of them. I think... Is it this guy? No, that's not him at all. That's Singlayer's under 23s. He may have retired, you know. That's Matthew Said. Testimonials. So testimonials are insanely broken in that. Why is it showing me different people to the point where we've not been able to offer anybody a testimonial in this save at all? So there's Matthew Pace, who's an assistant manager at Marsa. That isn't him. There's Matthew Pace is a play. It could be him, the guy at Taspish. No, that's another Matthew. Did I spell Matthew wrong? Man spells own name wrong. Is it the 28-year-old? It is the 28-year-old. Matthew Pace, that's the one. So he plays for Figura. He's still technically on loan from us as well. But what I would say is he's actually done a pretty successful job. He even played for Goodyear before they were Goodyear. Got a little bit of a run at Singlayer, played for St Andrews. And remember, Figura are not a bad side. I mean, they have no players, apparently. But they came like, what, 3rd or 4th? No. 5th last year. We're nowhere near on the level of these guys. It would have been so good if Zabuja come up. But Figura also had that Marcio Beda guy on loan from us who scored like 26 goals despite having no striker attributes, it seemed. Oh, all right. 6-1. 7 XG, a little bit disappointing. But again, look at the Pereira performance there. Valmir doing a solid job as well. I expect to see over 20 goal... No, I reckon we get 30 goal contributions out of Valmir this year. Genuinely. In all comps. Provided he doesn't turn into a bellend. Although he kind of already has. So, provided he gets happy soon enough. So, Power Test is going to go to Sleema. Nice. 50% of next sale. Ooh. Oh my god. You have 50% of next sale fee clauses on both of these. Congratulations on your lottery win. The thing you've got a problem with here, though, obviously, right, is that I think they're unlikely to try and buy the clause off of you because the clause would be valued at, like, 50 to 60 million pounds. It's more likely that they just won't ever bid on it, ever offer you the option to sell it to them. However, you best just fucking hope that at some point they actually sell one of these two. He's the one I'd be really happy with. The guy at PSG, I think they're unlikely to sell, although PSG do be doing that sometimes. Alex Erash, if he's as good as he looks, he's the kind of guy that then moves to PSG. And he's only 23. I think he's the one that you get a load of money from. I could see you getting like 80 million when they inevitably sell him to Manchester City in a year or two. Pretty much. See the players, Pierre. This is Pierre, the Maltese guy. 199? I mean, yeah, the odds of a 199 Maltese player is incredibly rare. I'd be willing to bet that the best player we've had come through at Malta is Matthew Said, and I bet you he's probably... Let me have another little look at him. This is in his peak. It's hard to purely tell because you just don't know if he's actually met that. But I'd say he probably has met his potential. Maybe 135? Which is good for Malta. That's very good. But I would say he's probably not more than about 135. Because he has got on both feet. He has got quite good physical. Some of his mentals are quite decent. It's his technicals. I think he might be pushing 135. Yeah, he's always been 6'5". Come on. Don't you remember the you can't teach that? Kleber offer. Oh, that's annoying. Right, Ivanovic. Gillet again. Perez. Okay, curious. Bugaja. Nice Jesmond. He was the last... Wait, wanted? Oh, Zuri. Lads, go ahead. Yeah, I think it came from him. It's hard to tell, basically. It's just chat whenever they see a tall player. You like that on the street? Just going up to tall blokes. You'd be hell at a basketball game, let me tell you. I didn't notice this guy's name was Gao Laowei. Solid name. Also, Old English word for jail or something. Or is it not even that old, right? But he's in as well. A tall Serb, yeah. We haven't had a big tall Serb for a little while, actually. We will send him to Zurich. My hope was that just adding him to the dev list would do that. Often that is the case, and that you don't even have to do anything, and he would just go immediately. But yeah, if he still hasn't gone in a couple of days, I'll just do it manually. Here we go. The last big Serb that we had was Jozanovic, and we made a bit of an error on him, I think. Not Jozanovic, sorry. Jozanovic is Croatian. We had a Serbian guy who had a very similar name. The guy who... Fuck, I can't remember what his name was. We sold him to Saudi and actually ended up coming back to Europe, if I recall. Rangelovic, that was the one, yeah. It's weird that we've not found another one since. Right, Pebbles, let's see. No, he's not going to kick off either, and Kadri won't either. This has been a surprisingly chill summer thus far. Still plenty of time for it to go wrong, but hey. Ain't interested in the move. Problem is, with a club like Real Sociedad, you're going to need a decent amount of rep to prime away, especially a player of this kind of quality with a £32 million release clause. Big sub clubs, yeah, of course. He says, hoping. Just looking up how to spell Shvedeshvesta. Please. Yeah, we're fine. I genuinely just had to look up to a scarf mounted on the wall there to remember how to spell Shvedeshvesta. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, we're okay on that one. TSC. Yep. Chukuricki. Yep. Vojvodina. Yep. Yeah, we look where we've got most of our bases covered for the big ones. Oh, no under 19s for Novi Pazar. Right, well, there we go. I'm glad we did that. So, biggest Serbian players in general, I guess. While we're here, we'll have a little look at the scout reports. Oh, yeah, there's a new one there. Javier Samudio of Cerro Porteño, the alum or the old hunting ground of Mr. Fernando Ovalar. Right, let me just switch this. Just clear it, actually. It should be easier. So, Serbian. Are we going for centre-backs or just tall Serbians in general? Maybe just broaden it out, right? And now we sort by height. The tallest Serbian is technically this chap here. Dmitry Ivancevic, who is 6'6", and yet, despite that, only has 14 jumping reach. That is a betrayal of all of us, particularly as he came from Trail. Well, if they're partially Serbian, wouldn't want to go Serbian nationalist here, but like if they're partially Serbian, they're not Serbian. If he's not got Serbian first nationality, fuck it. Nah, it didn't make any difference. The only hope would have been if you found a random, like, 6'7" dude. But there's only, like, if you take away the, hang on, he said it was an 18-year-old. Whoa. Back we go. I wish I hadn't taken that off now. He's worth a scout, nothing else. Back we go. Serbia. Who's the 18-year-old? Oh, this guy here. Dražen Todorovic. Wow! I mean, he's already endeared himself to me with his beautiful copper-coloured locks. Are we scouting Vojtovac? Not the first team. Cool. That is some hair. It's a sign of greatness. He's like a Serbian Alexi Lalas. As a 16 years old, oh, Dukic too. Ooh. Only 6'5", so, you know, he's got a lot to look up to at this point. But the hair alone on, what was his name again? Dražen Todorovic. He sounds like, also, he doesn't look like he's that slow. It does irk me a little bit that his max jumping reach is 15, which means it's more likely going to be like 12. Nah, he'll probably end up being 14. But he does have fantastic hair. If he had 8 jumping reach, I would genuinely question how that's possible. To be 6'6" and have 8 jumping reach. You are ducking at that point. Prince retires. Oh, there we go. I finally caught one in the social feed. DeAndre Prince retires. Retired as staff. What? When was he staff? After his career at Oostende, he's gone. But he did win the Premier League Under-23 division one time, apparently. Hello, Marius. How's it going, man? Right. I think in these ones I just do that and then it is what it is. It's stupid and silly, but yeah. I think it must do, yeah. Hello, Funny Seasider. We're okay. Still perturbed by the absolute lack of any value in our players, but I'm expecting, if it was going to go back up, we'd have seen it at the start of this window. I'm hoping next year we see some stuff. Because if we don't, then FFP is going to become a real issue. But luckily for now, finances look okay. As long as that stays green, we aight. But, and we'll get some more money. We need to earn a lot of money in the Champions League this year. That's the crucial thing. We've got to make sure we don't overspend on transfers. Although we kind of already have. Because the Mexican guy and the Norwegian goalkeeper, especially. Although I think both of those two are proper valuable signings. Right, so I'm going to have to say no here and upset Paez. But not you, because Juzanovic apparently is just not asked. So, we're going to upset Paez here, most likely. So before we do anything else, I want to see what group he's in. So it was Gert Gillet. So Paez... he's in here somewhere, I'm sure. Might be. Oh, there he is. So he's in the same social group as these guys, which I don't think Gert is in. No, so Gert's in a different social group. So I think with Paez, because he is a highly influential player, when he gets upset, we'll try the influential player one on him. It should be okay. We will find out in due course, but it should be okay. So as an apprentice last month. No way. That's dope. What, as an apprentice as what? What type of apprentice? Please tell me it's a sorcerer. I await your answer. Depends on what the last time you saw. Cardman! I've been called worse. Basically, success is growing what? I'm so confused. He never complained. What? He never complained about wanting to leave the club, and now they're complaining at me for me not letting him leave when he never complained. Anyway, still Paez first. That's so very stupid. It's like, even when you try to do the right thing, it still tries to find a way to fuck you. Right, so we're not going to use Gert Gillet here. We're going to influence in the dressing room. Bang! Like, we've literally hit this out of the park here, and he's still going to kick off about it. With that in mind, we're just going to... 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Like, I love that you're disappointed that I won't let the team get weaker. Missed the email. Well, let's find out. But hang on, we can't have missed the email because it was literally right. It would have been right there. Milan makes Juzanovic offer. Here. Or this one. Which I rejected. But at no stage has he ever come to me and complained. Weird. FM. Do have a word. But yeah, so it's been a slowly upward we're slowly on an upward trajectory where we feel like we are actually on the right track. It's just having to deal with all the things that the game throws at you, like, for example, making all our players worthless and just random games where we lose where they have 0.9 XG. Sorry, 0.09 XG. Shit like that. He's afraid of the SPAC. Well, then he hasn't enjoyed what I have to deliver yet, has he? And if anything, I'd say he's missing out. Loan offers for Galassi. Well, if it isn't MacArthur FC. Oh, wait. This is the one where I say not enough wages. There we go. Cool. Alatifakarim, we're alright with that one. Sweet, you make Kamara offer. Oh, go on then, lads. Have him. I love it when they just randomly do that. Oh, we'll give you some money. This is Malta. I know. It's like, stop it. Let me live my dream, damn it. Although I do feel like we're on the right track tactically now. I mean, cut to next stream and we're getting clapped about a little bit, but I do genuinely believe that this is what we win the Champions League with now. I'm not sure what that means, Texmas, but it sounds aggressive, so, you know, cool it. It's fine. It's going to be okay. Hang on, Dirty Mexican... Betting scandal? Oh, really? Do tell me more. We love a good betting scandal here in Malta. Wait, was someone actually interested in Rue? Nah, it's all Serbian sides. Oh no, it's not. It's Valletta. Well spotted. Where were they then when we needed them most? Yeah, we kind of need to reach the semis this season, which is not going to be easy, man. Now, admittedly, we only actually have to reach the quarterfinal to get the team off of our back. But the board don't seem to actually care. They've never actually complained about it to me. They just kind of get a bit disappointed, you know? Keep us for free. 40 million. Fuck, yeah, that's dope. Nice. 8 MacArthur players, really? God, I knew there was something fishy about them. That's why they wanted all those loans. They had a bet on over-under number of loans taken from Sirens. Well, I'll be damned. Yeah, apologies if I sound a bit particular. When someone sums in and says something like that, when they say that phrase, I was like, what are we talking about here? But no, fair enough. Context required, I guess. Hey, El Wada. They should all move to Hamron. Have they considered that? They could go join Jose Pablo. Gamma Youth today. Ooh. Classic Fulham thing. Oh, God, what could it possibly be? Oh, lordy lord. Alex Rhodes. Jesus. Whenever I've managed Fulham, the funniest thing is I've never had good players in my youth intake. And it's like, why is it like trying to hurt me in some way? To make me feel sad? Right, Fofana. Lahovi we've already dealt with. Fofana could be a fascinating one to try and deal with. Potentially got yellow cards. Ah, the old Paqueta approach. That seems... I mean, I guess, you know, gambling addiction is a hell of a drug, isn't it, right? Still don't do it, obviously. Right, let's see. So, buy-in for Fofana. He has not got high enough squad status for this. So, this might be a bit of a tetchy one for us, potentially. Oh, so he actually is highly influential. And it was Paez last time. And they're in the same social group. So, I think I should be able to say... I'll always ask the other player first, just in the off chance that it actually works for once. So, we should be able to say with Fofana... Wait, why is it Padilla? Oh, okay, it worked for Padilla as well. I think everyone likes Jose Padilla, so it's actually okay. Thoughts on Bologna. Great player. Sad to see him go, but I can't begrudge him that move, unless we don't replace him. No, I still can't begrudge him that. Then that's on us. But we do need to replace him. I mean, we're not going to be able to replace him immediately, obviously, but we need to sign somebody, or at least be linked with somebody. It looks like the Smith Rowe thing is progressing, but knowing Fulham, that'll probably end up turning into nothing as well. Try believe me. Ah, dear. Collective knowledge. I know. They've never brought this up to me before, TX, I swear. And bear in mind, MacArthur comes up quite a lot on these streams. Like, more than any other random side in Australia should do. Oh, sorry, random side in... MacArthur is that New Zealand or Australia? I always forget. Australian players, but... Yeah, they're Sydney. I remember one time someone got really arsey at me and said that MacArthur was in New Zealand, and I was really certain that it wasn't. And I was just starting to doubt myself now. Eat rotten eggs or drink sour milk? Also, I love these questions, by the way, 8889. When you do steal my identity, please say thank you. Sour milk. Because I feel like rotten eggs... Sour milk you can just drink and just kind of hold your nose and take it. Whereas I feel like with rotten eggs, the pungency would be even worse. And I feel like the texture would be worse too. So yeah, I'm going to go with a sour milk man. Oh yeah, I'm a Fulham fan. Well, to finish. Yeah, no, I just remember we had this was like months ago, some random person, it was a first time chatter, was just like, I was just talking about how, like, we were talking about MacArthur FC, as we do, like, every other stream, genuinely. And I mentioned, obviously, about, like, moving to Australia for them. And then they were like, oh, that's in New Zealand. I was like, is it though? And then it made me doubt myself for a second, because I'm so used to chat, like, correcting me and being right about things. I learned so much from you. Lots of things I wish I didn't know, admittedly, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. TXmas! It's like a holiday. I love it. Thank you for the follow, though. I really do appreciate that. Mum's maiden name. It's clearly Card, as you should know by now. Jesus, Quinn. Security answers that. I know. Got to know the security question first. Question is 3 o'clock. New bits of it. I guess it does, yeah. Now you know my milk preference is 8889. What more do you need? Are you planning on buying me milk for my birthday? Because I'll be totally down. Just make sure it's not rotten. Or sour, for that matter. Right, it's actually 3 o'clock. I'm going to save it there. Fucking hell. My childhood pet. Would you believe it was an owl, DPT? You can't come up with a bit like that and start misspelling things around these parts. Pant size. Extra medium. Obviously. I'm an extra medium in everything. Right, who's live? What we saying? But it'd be rude if it wasn't Hood Steve now, wouldn't it? QPR enjoy. Robert White said, well, I mean, yeah. What a team. Steve Hood's doing a pet. Well, in that case, we've got to go to Hood Steve, don't we? It'd be rude not to. I'm going to start trying to... I'm just going to keep incessantly DMing him and ask him to change his Twitch name to Hood Steve. Plus, hopefully within the next week or so, I'll finally get to explain to you what on earth he DM'd me when we raided him last time, because I'm still not actually allowed to tell you because of an NDA, and no, it's nothing to do with FM. Which makes it even more intriguing, doesn't it? Oh, dear. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Hopefully we get some good stuff. Shut up, Gavin. Sorry, Gareth. Dear. Right, off we go. I'll send you lovely people over to Steve. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see lovely people on Sundat. There should be a video out tomorrow night, which is the second tier Champions League video, which hopefully will be fun. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? So yeah, stay tuned for that, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun, Capybara Babizzles.